ProWrestlingTees.com/616entertainment is the home of all official 616 Entertainment merchandise. Pick up a shirt, you'll be glad you did. This video is also brought to you in part by the Patreon producers, without whom content like this would not be possible. Survival horror. Today, these words send a shiver down the spine of gamers around the world. Our hearts and minds light up, digging deep into our childhood memories filled with rivers of blood, guttural screams, and a deathly fear of the dark. Our palms sweat at the mere thought of coming face to face with our first zombie inside that colossal mansion hidden in the forest of the Arklay Mountains. Our subconscious projects visions of walking the streets of Silent Hill to the forefront, wishing, hoping, and praying that whatever horrible creatures we fear may be looming in the fog aren't really there. Intrusive thoughts of being trapped in the cold, black void of dead space force the heart to pound even harder, knowing that a gruesome death could be hiding around each and every corner. If you grew up in the 90s, like I did, then you know all too well. These are thoughts and feelings that stick with you. But while these were the origins of fear for many of us 20 and 30-somethings, this isn't where survival horror truly began. To find the root of this evil, as it were, we must turn the clocks all the way back to the tail end of the 1980s. But before we go digging up the coffin that houses the origins of survival horror, let me first introduce you to this brand new series. Much like my history of retrospectives in the past on the WCW video games, Mortal Kombat, and the WWE SmackDown series, we're going to spend the next several months on this channel digging into what is without a doubt the biggest survival horror franchise of all time. So I hope you've got your lockpick, your first aid spray, and your ink ribbons ready, DanDans, because this is only the beginning. Welcome to the history of Resident Evil. Despite being centered around the undead, the series that debuted in 1996 is still alive and well to this day, with its most recent release hitting store shelves in April of 2020. In those nearly 30 years of reanimated life, the franchise has birthed 9 mainline entries, 3 remakes, 782 spin-off games, 6 live-action big-budget films, and 4 animated movies. That's without going deep into the novels, comics, and myriad pieces of merchandise that have shambled the aisles of your local toys and collectibles stores for the last 2 decades plus. It goes without saying that this history of series cannot possibly give the same level of love and attention to detail to every single title the franchise has spawned, so there are some limitations I have to set. For starters, it's difficult to do a retrospective on a franchise that is still an ongoing, very busy, hot commodity. So, to be clear, this series will cover the first decade of RE's existence. That's 1996 to 2006, for those who are unaware. That's not to say that in the future Resident Evil 5, 6, and 7 and beyond won't be covered somewhere down the line, but they're not in the pipeline at the moment. That's just the way the zombie tumbles, alright? But let's not get ahead of ourselves here and raise questions as to why Nemesis is decked out head to toe in tight black leather, how it's possible for an ordinary woman to carry a rocket launcher and a shotgun at the same time with 0 pockets in her tight-ass jeans, or who the fuck this guy is just yet. There will be plenty of time for all of that later. Now, where were we before I so rudely interrupted myself? Oh yeah, the origin of evil and all that good stuff. Decades before Isaac Clarke was stranded on the USG Ishimura, and many moons before Jill Valentine became the master of unlocking, a man by the name of Takuro Fujiwara brought to life a little old game called Sweet Home. Released on December 15th, 1989, exclusively on Nintendo's Famicom system in Japan, Sweet Home is based on the Japanese horror film of the same name. The story centers around 5 filmmakers scouring an abandoned mansion in search of several priceless paintings, which have been hidden inside the house for over 30 years now. Before long, the quintet of ill-prepared protagonists is locked inside the mansion by a ghost who previously lived in the home. Oh, and the mansion is filled with monsters. How nice. Sweet Home is considered by many to be one of the greatest horror games of all time, and its ties to Resident Evil are more than just skin deep. While the first game in the Resident Evil franchise was released in 1996 for the Sony PlayStation and Sega Saturn, development on the inaugural title began in 1993 and was originally targeted to release on the Super Nintendo. That's according to a Game Informer interview with Koji Oda, who was working on the game at the time. This was back before the name Resident Evil had even been assigned to it, said Oda. The code name for this was literally just horror game. Before an official title was chosen, the game was, for all intents and purposes, a remake of Sweet Home, with the original director Takuro Fujiwara attached as one of the game's producers. In the director's chair this time around was a fairly new to the games industry Shinji Mikami, who had just designed his first big commercial hit, 1993's Aladdin on the Super Nintendo. For the first 6 months of its development, the Sweet Home remake was designed as a first-person horror shooter. The image you're looking at right now is the only surviving piece of concept art from those early stages. Mikami would leave the first-person orientation behind after discovering the 1992 PC game Alone in the Dark, which featured specially placed cameras in each and every environment the sprawling adventure had to offer. Gone were the vibes of Wolfenstein, and in were those of The Shining. By this point, the Super Nintendo iteration of the game was long dead. Takuro Fujiwara's main source of excitement regarding the project was the ability to present his Sweet Home concepts on much more powerful hardware, and thus, Sony's PlayStation was deemed the game's new home. Obviously, the working title, Horror Game, wasn't going to cut it, and so Biohazard was born. Here's the issue with the Biohazard name, though. You see, in 1992 here in the States, Sega published a space shooter called Biohazard Battle. That's not so bad, right? Surely there can be more than one Biohazard game on the market. The two games aren't even close to the same genre. Either way, whether they could or couldn't acceptably share shelf space, it didn't matter. Biohazard, the American punk metal band, were 6 albums deep into their career and owned the copyright to the name. The game's publisher, Capcom, only settled on the Resident Evil name after sending their director of communications, Chris Kramer, on an overnight retreat in an allegedly haunted house. Kramer reported that he was unable to sleep through the night due to what he deemed to be supernatural events occurring in the home, and that it was his belief that evil still lived there. I'm just kidding. They held a company-wide naming contest and Resident Evil was the last title standing. Wouldn't that be really fucked up if they made that dude sleep in a haunted house, though? It'd be a cool story. The mid-90s were a major turning point in the evolution of the video game industry. The machines were becoming more powerful, which led to better-looking and sounding games. There may be no better example of this evolution anywhere in the timeline than March of 1996, and I'm going to tell you why. Super Mario RPG Legend of the Seven Stars is considered, to this day, to be a fantastic game. This Super Nintendo title was the very first role-playing game to use the Mario license. It looks and sounds incredible. 11 short days later, Kirby Superstar was released on the same console. These beautiful colors and infectious soundtracks superpowered the gameplay from level to level, creating another SNES masterpiece that stands the test of time. 16-bit games had never looked or sounded better at this point, with designers and developers truly mastering the art of harnessing every ounce of power they could pull from the consoles they were creating for. One day later, Resident Evil was released for the Sony PlayStation, and this is how the game begins.
Bizarre murder cases have recently occurred in Raccoon City. There are outlandish reports of families being attacked by a group of about 10 people. Victims were apparently eaten.
This was fucking terrifying the first time you saw it. This game came out the day after Kirby Superstar. You just finished the level with the goddamn pretty rainbow bird, and now people's throats are getting torn out by zombified Dobermans? Real people in real life because this shit looks like a movie? Jesus Christ. This is where my journey with Resident Evil began. I was at my friend Tim's house. This was a little after the game's release. I'd imagine it was mid-1997 at this point. That would place me at 6.5 years old, if you were wondering. I distinctly remember Tim telling me, this game is like a movie. There are real people in it. But I didn't have any clue what the hell that meant. All I really knew was that the game was going to be spooky based on the cover art, so we closed the blinds and made the room as dark as possible to really lose ourselves in the atmosphere. The second that fucking dog started tackling people and murdering them, we popped up, reopened the blinds, and invited as much sunlight into the room as possible. No zombie dogs were going to get us, not as long as it's still bright outside. Isn't that weird how your brain works as a kid? It's not dark anymore, I'm safe. Kids have a strange concept of safety. The introduction wraps with the surviving members of the STARS team seeking refuge inside a nearby mansion, and this is where the mood lightened a little bit.
What a mansion!
Captain Wesker, where's Chris?
Stop it! Don't open that door!
But Chris is...
Look, we were still afraid. That intro shook us pretty good, but the voice acting in this very first cutscene settled us down a bit. Nobody speaks like this. Tim and I knew this voice acting was terrible even at 6 and 7 years old.
Okay, let me handle this.
We were still laughing our way into the dining room, still giggling and mocking our character's partner, Barry Burton, as he delivered lines stiffer than a right hand from Roddy Piper.
Oh, no!
The fear was gone. We had settled in. We were tough, goddammit. That's when we ventured our character out into the hallway in search of more of our STARS teammates. It was at this point that we screamed, paused the game, and left the room to go outside. I'm not kidding. We didn't even know how to play the game yet. We'd already gotten scared, recovered, and goofed on the shitty voice acting before being frightened out of the room for the rest of the day. It may not seem like much now, it might feel like I'm being dramatic, but let me tell you, this was the real deal. We were 6 and 7 years old, we shouldn't even been playing this game. We were so impressed by the full motion video opening that we weren't even paying close attention to the story that was being told. In a nutshell, the plot is this. It's the summer of 1998 in the midwestern town of Raccoon City. Several bizarre murders take place. I don't mean bizarre as in like some guy exploded for no reason. I mean like mutilated bodies were discovered with what appeared to be human teeth marks from head to toe. Obviously, this isn't normal, so the standard city police aren't the ones put on the job. That card would be drawn by the STARS outfit. The first group, Bravo Team, head into the area and shortly thereafter cease communications. Alpha Team are sent in to find out what the hell happened, discover the wreckage of their comrade's helicopter, and that's when the dogs strike. Brad Vickers, the pilot for Alpha Team, loses his shit upon witnessing his partner Joseph being torn to pieces and flies the hell out of the danger zone. This leaves the remaining Alpha Team members Chris Redfield, Jill Valentine, Barry Burton, and our fearless leader Albert Wesker stranded, with the aforementioned mansion as the only safety from the dangers in the woods. But the mansion, though beautiful from the outside, did not hold the solace they so desperately desired. Resident Evil offers the player two ways to experience the story. You can go with Jill Valentine, who has the ability to carry more items at once due to her larger inventory space, or Chris Redfield, who can withstand much more damage from enemies before dying. There's a give and take here, but I always saw Jill as the way to play. Taking damage from enemies is something I can prevent if I use my head, but inventory space is something I can't make up for through skill if I choose Chris. So for me, it always was and still is a Jill Valentine mission. It's not just a variation in difficulty though. Your choice in protagonist has a fairly large impact on the story as well. Going with Chris leads to a partnership with the surviving Bravo Team medic, Rebecca Chambers, whereas Jill's run-ins are with STARS teammate, Barry Burton. Regardless of your choice in character, the game, for all intents and purposes, feels the same. While the over-the-shoulder point of view would be popularized by Resident Evil IV nearly 10 years later, here in the original, the cameras are placed in predetermined locations, a feature inspired by Alone in the Dark, as we touched on earlier. These fixed cameras, as they've come to be known, add a level of control to the developers in terms of presenting a scenario. It forces the player to take note of each and every aspect of their surroundings, as the pre-rendered backgrounds are arguably the star of the show in the original Resident Evil. It's easy to be confident heading into a room when you can see the bad guys in the distance, but opening a door and hearing the shambling of the undead somewhere off camera is undeniably more frightening. Where are they? Are they close enough to be a problem? How many of them are out there? The perspective and presentation being out of our hands adds an extra layer of fear, as do the less than perfectly fluid controls. For example, let's look at a game like Dark Souls 3. The challenges presented to us seem insurmountable, but through precise hitboxes and a control scheme that is pinpoint accurate, there's no enemy we can't overcome. Back in the 1996 land of Resident Evil, though, there's no rolling, there's no parrying, no mixing of strong and weak attacks. Our character moves like a marble statue, and if you didn't know, marble is heavy as fuck. We can't walk and shoot at the same time, and due to the fixed cameras, we don't have sights to aim down in order to line up a shot. This means that each and every round that leaves our chamber has to be launched from a safe distance and executed to the best of our abilities, based on the perspective at hand. This might sound like a pain in the ass, and I guess it is. I often wonder what it must be like for gamers born much later than I was to attempt to master this antiquated control scheme. For me, though, it's second nature. I speak the language of tank controls clearer than I speak English. It's in my DNA at this point. It's not just the walking and shooting we have to worry about, though. Not every door we approach is welcoming us with open arms. A good deal of these bastards are locked and require specific keys to open them up. Traversing the maze-like halls of this gigantic mansion can be overwhelming at first, but once you've found a map, or at least commit the layout of each floor to memory, the horizons seem to broaden. Finding a new key and unlocking a door you've attempted to open 3 times in the past is always met with a feeling of, ha! The locked doors are an obstacle, but the puzzles are on another level entirely. There's one specific room tucked all the way at the end of a hall. Once inside, we're greeted with an art gallery. Crows sit atop the lighting rig, squawking warnings down to the player. This puzzle requires the player to use the context clues provided and flip the switches below the paintings in the order of human evolution. Failure results in the crows springing to action and feverishly attacking the player. This puzzle is simple in hindsight. Flip the switches from baby to grandpa. Got it. But as a 6-year-old, my friends and I didn't get it. We just trial and error style flipped every switch in the room, running in and out of halls like idiots every time we went in the wrong order. It pays to soak in the environment and actually follow these directions. Who would have thought? Not every puzzle in the game comes with a not-so-subtle, hey asshole, here's what you're supposed to do guide though. Take this room, one of the first rooms you enter early in the game. We've got a bar, a nice piano, and that's it. Alright, should we leave? Nope. What you want to do is head over to the right, push this discolored shelf out of the way of the good shelf, grab the sheet music, head over to the piano, play Moonlight Sonata to perfection, and watch the hidden door behind you open up. Inside is a statue that houses a golden emblem. You don't want to take this emblem because the door will shut behind you, so ignore this for now. Eventually come across a wooden emblem, bring it back to the secret room, take the golden emblem and replace it with the wooden emblem. Head back to the original dining room, insert the golden emblem into the hollow space. The clock behind you will move and reveal a hole in the wall. Inside the hole is a key to unlock a previously inaccessible door. That's just one example. You never knew what the hell was coming next in this game, and while that may sound frustrating, it was the payoff of figuring it all out that made it all worth it. One of the keys to Resident Evil's horror factor is that it never allows the enemies we're fighting to become normalized. Here's what I mean by that. Have you guys seen the movie Mama? The monster in that movie is scary as shit the first time we see her, then she shows up again, and again, and again. And before you know it, she's on screen for half the fucking film and it kinda just looks silly. Resident Evil establishes early on that the dogs are fast and dangerous. The zombies are common, but can be dealt with easily if need be. Then the hunters show up, and these reptilian-looking fuckers can take your head off in one swipe. But you're a badass, right? Hunters don't scare you. Good. That's good. Because as the story unfolds, the environments begin to change. We go from the sprawling corridors of the mansion to the guardhouse, to the tunnels, and eventually down below the mansion into the laboratory. Each and every new environment houses new monsters, each more volatile than the next. I'm talking giant tarantulas, eldritch-looking fuckers called chimera, and even bloodthirsty sharks that populate a room filled ass-cheek high with water. This is where one of my favorite little pieces of detail comes into play as well. If you're really paying attention, you'll notice that the zombies strewn about the game are all in different states of decay, and are clothed in outfits appropriate to their location. Inside the mansion, the undead are dressed nicely, as these were the staff employed here. Their skin is noticeably graying as they decompose. But below ground in the laboratory, the slaps of the zombies' bare feet on the cold tile floors can be heard from afar. These zombies are completely naked, and their skin, while ravaged, isn't decaying. That's because these weren't people that were infected by another zombie. These were test subjects that had undergone extensive experimentation. This might be a good place to dig a little deeper into the story. I'm sure some of you are going like, what the hell is he talking about? Let me fill you in. The murders, the investigation, the mansion, we've set the groundwork. Our trek through this gargantuan and bizarre home leads to myriad discoveries, each more damning than the next. For starters, not every member of the original Bravo team is dead. When we encounter Enrico in the tunnels, he makes it clear that this wasn't all just some mysterious accident, and that in fact, one of our own star's compatriots is pulling the strings. Before he can divulge any more details though,
everything was plotted from the start by Umbrella. Ha!
He's shot to death right in front of us. Somebody was listening to our conversation, and they did not want Enrico talking. And at this point, you might finally be wondering, what's the deal with all these monsters? The zombies, the hunters, the sharks, all of it. That's where the experimentation I mentioned earlier comes into play. Experimentation performed secretly by a company called Umbrella. Umbrella, on the surface, was your average mega corporation. They had their hands in a little bit of everything. Health food, cosmetics, pharmaceuticals, creating a brand new race of superhumans to eventually take over the entire world, the whole deal. Umbrella Corporation's scientists were working on what they called the T-virus, which, in its perfected state, would transform an average human into a mega-powered and intellectually advanced being. These zombies walking around the halls of this mansion aren't just random undead jabronis. They're the aftermath of the T-virus getting loose before it was finished. An accident in the laboratory led to a complete botch job in containment. The dogs they were testing on, the ones we mentioned earlier, escaped their cages, spread the virus into humans, the zombies we met earlier. With the situation spiraling out of control, Umbrella decided they wanted to keep it quiet. They sent in their own specialized team to fix it, and they failed. With word spreading like wildfire, they had no choice but to call in our STARS team, led by Captain Albert Wesker, who just so happened to be a key member of Umbrella himself. Wesker isn't here to get to the bottom of the grisly murders. He knows exactly what's going on. He's here to contain the issue, make sure none of us come back to tell the tale, and destroy any evidence that might link Umbrella to the murders. The twists, the turns, the swerves, they keep you on your toes throughout the entire ordeal. But if you want to see the full story play out, you better be prepared to battle the bosses that are in your way. Zombies are one thing, but a gigantic venomous snake is another. Wait, I worded that wrong. I meant...
It was a huge snake, and also poisonous. Ugh.
There's the black tiger, aka giant tarantula, Plant 42, which is a T-virus infected overgrown garden weed with a bad attitude, and the ultimate motherfucker, the tyrant. This guy is a few steps closer to the perfect being that Umbrella were trying to create with the T-virus, but obviously, he's not finished yet. His heart is outside of his body. He's uglier than sin. But with all that said, he's as scary as he looks, and he's not to be taken lightly. Resident Evil taught me very early on in life that when I find a ton of ammo lying around in a game, it's probably because I'm gonna need it very soon. It's a blessing and a curse. Honestly, the simple act of even discussing the bosses from the original Resident Evil is enough to send a chill straight up my ass. I think we should take a second to recover and enjoy some of the best voice acting performances this game has to offer.
Joseph!
Wesker is a crazy man.
Whoa! This hall is dangerous.
You are so cruel.
Well, you don't have to worry about anything.
Let's separate again.
Just a moment. I found something. It's a weapon. It's really powerful, especially against living things.
This house is dangerous. There are terrible demons. Ouch!
But just take a look at this. Oh my God. I'm going to find out what caused Forrest's death. It looks like he was killed by a crow or something.
You saved me!
Yeah.
That's what I was going to say. Where on earth have you been? You disappeared from the hall all of a sudden.
Jill, you're here too.
Yes, you're here too?
The game's final act has us underground, in the laboratory below the mansion. The abundance and sheer variety of monsters is at its peak down here, and with good reason. As we've already discussed, this is where the outbreak originated. Outside of the enhanced, aka naked, zombies, we've got to keep our eyes peeled for the Chimera, which attach themselves to the ceiling with the hooks at the end of their arms. If the T-virus turns humans into zombies, then what the fuck is this thing? Well, I'm glad you asked. You see, when Umbrella's attempts to perfect the enhancement of a common tarantula didn't yield the results they'd hoped, they scrapped their web spinner project and moved on to the Chimera. The origin of this monstrosity isn't very glamorous, to say the least. Umbrella would send agents out in the middle of the night and kidnap women from the streets, forcibly impregnate them with a human and insect hybrid embryo, and hold them captive until they gave birth to the fucking nightmare you see before you. Seriously. I should mention that one of my absolute favorite parts of the game is completely optional and entirely missable. There's a roll of slides that you can find in the lab that, when accessed via the projector, give a much clearer, closer look at the enemies we've encountered. We've looked at them as monsters from the moment we saw them, and to see them on this projector boiled down to the codename pet projects of a group of assholian scientists bent on world domination, it becomes very clear just how fucked up things have gotten in old Raccoon City. The story itself comes to a head when Wesker reveals himself as the man pulling the strings. He's got Barry's family held hostage and has been using him as a pawn the entire game. There are some doozies here as far as bad translations and poor voice acting goes, but long story short, Barry shows up and saves the day, knocking Wesker out cold. Realizing it would be a horrible idea to leave this tyrant creature alive, Barry and Jill attempt to peacefully put it out of its misery. But it doesn't go according to plan.
Damn you!
Now is a great time to have either the bazooka or the Colt Python on you, because it's the first of two tyrant fights. After incapacitating this giant son of a bitch, the story is finally over, right? Wrong. Wesker turns on the self-destruct system inside the mansion, and we've got to get the hell out of here. Brad Vickers, the jerk-off who left us stranded here to begin with, circles back around to make the pickup, but can't do so while the re-emerged tyrant is still alive. So he tosses down a trusty rocket launcher to blow him to bits. With the tyrant dead, the mansion destroyed, and the outbreak seemingly contained, our characters ride home peacefully. There are actually several different endings to the game, depending on who you chose from the start and how you decided to play. As Jill, we can save Chris from his cell in the lab if we follow all the required steps. Barry can either turn on Wesker and rejoin us on the good side, or die inside the mansion if we don't handle our business correctly. As Chris, it's possible to save Rebecca, Jill, Rebecca and Jill, so on and so forth. It's a tale that begs to be retold, and the variety in ending scenarios makes it very easy to jump back into the madness. We've got characters on screen playing out the story in front of our very eyes, but I always felt like there was much more to be learned from the books and diaries that we can find strewn about this mansion. Resident Evil is filled to the brim with memorable moments, but few stand out to me the way the Keeper's Diary did. I'm going to read this diary to you page by page so you can feel the dread that I felt back in 1996. At night, we played poker with Scott the Guard, Alias, and Steve the Researcher. Steve was really lucky, but I think he was cheating. What a scumbag. Today, a high-ranking researcher asked me to take care of a new monster. It looks like a gorilla without any skin. They told me to feed them live food. When I threw in a pig, they were playing with it, tearing off the pig's legs and pulling out the guts before they actually ate it. Around 5 o'clock this morning, Scott came in and woke me up suddenly. He was wearing a protection suit that looks like a spacesuit. He told me to put one on as well. I heard there was an accident in the basement lab. It's no wonder. Those researchers never rest, even at night. I've been wearing this annoying spacesuit since yesterday. My skin grows musty and feels very itchy. By way of revenge, I didn't feed those dogs today. Now I feel better. I went to the medical room because my back is all swollen and feels itchy. They put a big bandage on my back and the doctor told me I did not need to wear the spacesuit anymore. I guess I can sleep well tonight. When I woke up this morning, I found another blister on my foot. It was annoying and I ended up dragging my foot as I went to the dog's pen. They've been quiet since this morning, which is very unusual. I found that some of them had escaped. I'll be in real trouble if the higher-ups find out. Even though I didn't feel well, I decided to go see Nancy. It's my first day off in a long time, but I was stopped by the guard on the way out. They say the company has ordered that no one leave the grounds. I can't even make a phone call. What kind of joke is this? I heard a researcher who tried to escape from this mansion was shot last night. My entire body feels burning and itchy at night. When I was scratching the swelling on my arm, a lump of rotten flesh dropped off. What the hell is happening to me? Fever gone, but itchy. Hungry and eat dog. Itchy, itchy, Scott King. Ugly face, will kill them. Tasty. Itchy. Tasty. To this day, reading those words freaks me out. We just read a first-hand experience of what it's like to turn into one of these zombies. It's not like a switch flips in your brain and all of a sudden it's done. It's drawn-out torture, burning, itching pain, fevers, rotten flesh, and eventually a complete disengagement of cognitive function. It's terrifying. The standout moments don't stop there, though. Who could forget when the game launches into a cutscene in the middle of a seemingly safe room, and we see through the eyes of the hunter stalking us from afar? The son of a bitch opens a door. Doors are for us! They're supposed to keep us safe! Maybe you were more traumatized by discovering former teammate Forrest with his eye plucked out of his head by the crows. I don't blame you. I know each and every one of you who have played this game have come across a typewriter when you didn't have an ink ribbon, or found a key when your inventory was already full. It's infuriating. Resident Evil, as previously stated, hit store shelves in March of 1996. Takuro Fujiwara was quoted as saying he expected the game to do fairly well from a commercial standpoint, selling around 200,000 copies. Director Shinji Mikami was worried that a horror game may not sell well at all. And programmer Yasuhiro Anpo stated that Capcom as a whole didn't see success in Resident Evil's future. They've probably never been so happy to be wrong. The game would go on to sell nearly 5 million copies at retail. The reviews were outstanding. The success of the first Resident Evil title didn't only spawn an entire family tree of sequels, spin-offs, novelizations, films, action figures, and other merchandise. It spearheaded its very own genre. Survival horror exploded in a big way in the late 90s. Clock Tower released at the end of 1996. Parasite Eve premiered in 1998. Silent Hill debuted in 1999. This was the golden age of survival horror, DanDans, and I'm proud to have lived through it, even if it scared the shit out of me. Resident Evil is more than just a video game for my friends and I. Resident Evil is forever bonded to my childhood, like the very virus the game is centered around. When I see the Tyrant break out of his experimental housing, I don't see a cutscene from a PS1 game. I see myself, my brother, and my friend Tim standing on the base of the slide Tim had in his backyard. One of us would play the Tyrant, mimicking his every movement, while the other two would portray Barry, Chris, Wesker, or whoever the hell else we had in mind. We'd run around his backyard pretending the side door to his garage was a way into some secret lair. We'd use our toy guns and shoot imaginary zombies that were closing in on us from all sides. Eventually we'd run 2 houses down to where I lived and jump into the pool, or as we pretended it was, the sewer. It was our only escape from the dangers on the streets. The fact of the matter is this: Resident Evil added new layers to our childhood imaginations that we may not otherwise have discovered. But the original Resident Evil's legacy doesn't end in 1996, and no, I'm not talking about Resident Evil Director's Cut, which was a slightly remixed version which came out in 1997 after the sequel had been delayed. I'm talking, of course, about 2002's Resident Evil remake on the Nintendo GameCube. By the time the end of 2002 rolled around, I was 12 years old. I was older now, smarter, tougher, and definitely not scared of any wimpy video game. Yeah, this cutscene that plays before you even get to the main menu of the GameCube remake scared the shit out of me. It was back. It had all come back to haunt me all over again. The mansion, the fucking zombies, the goddamn sharks. I hated it. I mean, I loved it, but I hated that it scared me all over again. I'm not joking when I say that this game blew us away. Everything we had loved about the original was back. It was bigger, better, scarier. This is how you do a remake. Shinji Mikami, director of the original version, helmed the remake as well. And man, oh man, does it show. It's funny how Takuro Fujiwara handed Sweet Home over to Mikami, happy to see his creation brought to life on more powerful hardware and be molded into what would become Resident Evil. 6 years later, Mikami would recreate his own baby on more powerful hardware. Like the T-Virus, Resident Evil itself continues to evolve, transform, and spread into new arenas of life. Holy hell, DanDans, that's going to draw us to a close. Thank you for joining me for this, the history of Resident Evil Part 1, The Mansion. Next time out, we're going to head out of the woods and into the more suburban locales of Raccoon City with the history of Resident Evil Part 2, Undead Evolution. Until then, I love you, and I will see you next time. When Resident Evil hit the Sony PlayStation in March of 1996, it revolutionized the video game landscape. The dawn of survival horror had arrived, and much like the hordes of undead enemies they battled in the game, players swarmed their favorite electronics stores to satiate their appetite. For entertainment, not human flesh. The game more than exceeded Capcom's sales predictions, which encouraged the company to get to work on a sequel right away. January 21st, 1998 saw the release of Resident Evil 2, a brand new nightmare overflowing with more enemies, scarier bosses, and a two-part story starring the fresh faces of Leon Kennedy and Claire Redfield. But RE2 didn't come from the talented men and women at Capcom sitting in the studio pressing the sequel button over and over. Producing this game was a laborious, downright grueling journey, and today we're going to talk all about it. Welcome to the history of Resident Evil Part 2, Undead Evolution. As you may have guessed from the thumbnail, this video will indeed cover the troubled development cycles of both Resident Evil 2 and Resident Evil 3 Nemesis. And I know your mouths are watering like you're a zombie on the streets of Raccoon City, so let's not waste any time and jump right into it. Right off the bat, I feel like it's worth noting that Resident Evil Director's Cut, the slightly remixed version of the original game that released in late 1997, only exists because of the troubles that plagued the development of RE2. The tale of Resident Evil 2 being a complete mess behind the scenes isn't a secret. To say the structure of the development team faced some changes would be a fairly generous statement. Takuro Fujiwara, the creator of Sweet Home, the game that planted the seeds that Resident Evil sprouted from, had left Capcom right after the release of RE1. He departed the company in order to create games he felt he wouldn't be given a chance to under Capcom's tutelage. Shout out to Tomba. Shinji Mikami, Resident Evil's director, stepped out of the driver's seat and into a producer role, handing the keys to the kingdom over to the now in way over his head Hideki Kamiya. We don't have to cover every single aspect of Resident Evil 2's development in excruciating detail and focus on the day-to-day operations with a magnifying glass the size of a tennis racket, but it is worth noting that right around the same time the game was 70% complete, it was cancelled at the hands of Shinji Mikami, who found the game to be nowhere near the quality it should when compared to the original. But unlike the first-person shooter days of Resident Evil 1, which there's next to zero evidence of outside of this singular piece of concept art, Resident Evil 2's original framework still exists. What you're looking at is footage from the cancelled version of Resident Evil 2, now commonly referred to by Hideki Kamiya and the RE community as Resident Evil 1.5. The game starred Leon Kennedy and Elza Walker, the motorcycle enthusiast student attending Raccoon University. The game actually did have some cool features to it not found in the final version of RE2, such as bloody, damaged clothing to indicate the player's state of health, and equipable body armor to prevent such a thing from occurring again. Enemy types pulled from the final build range from undead gorillas to human spider things that came straight out of my good friend Jerry's worst nightmares. These sound like cool ideas, sure. The issue is that these cool ideas did not coalesce into a big picture worthy of carrying the mantle of Resident Evil into the future. And if you're thinking, I don't know, it looks pretty cool to me, here's a direct quote from Hideki Kamiya regarding Resident Evil 1.5 state before cancellation. "It truly was a piece of shit. It was boring, devoid of vision, and a poor excuse for a horror game." It was decided by both Shinji Mikami and Hideki Kamiya that a man by the name of Noboru Sugimura would be brought in to rewrite the story from the ground up. Sugimura had previously worked on the television series Metal Hero Henshin, as well as Super Sentai, the basis for the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers here in the US. After playing through the original 1.5 build, Sugimura's main gripes were that the game had almost zero connection to the original, and lacked any semblance of thematic coherence. This is where Elza Walker was buried, Claire Redfield was born, and Resident Evil 2 became what we know it as today. That's a hell of an introduction, man, and it should also be noted that Shinji Mikami originally wanted to end Resident Evil 2 with hard finality, wrapping up the series for good. Obviously, that idea was met with great resistance, luckily, for those of us who love the series. But let's talk about the Resident Evil 2 that we all know and love, shall we? My first experience with the game didn't come from little 7-year-old me going to the store and seeing it on the shelf and saying, "Hey, that's what I want for Christmas." I had no idea Resident Evil 2 even existed. My friend Tim and I had gone over to another kid's house, a house that, unbeknownst to us, contained a PlayStation demo disc. For those of you who are too young to remember demo discs, these were often packed in with video game magazines, and usually contained a tiny sliver of several different upcoming titles, either in playable form or through video previews. Official PlayStation Magazine Demo Disc number 5 featured 9 games. Chief amongst them, for us, was Resident Evil 2. I can still hear Tim saying, "Resident Evil 2?" like it was yesterday. We eagerly tapped the X button and let the trailer roll.
Resident Evil 2.
And then halfway through, we turned it off. We were scared shitless. The hopeless, labored screams of the zombies were bone-chilling. The breaking glass, the squawking of the crows, the fully automatic gunfire, the music, it was all just too much. How could it be that the game that we considered to be one of the scariest things we'd ever seen had been topped? Eventually, we got our acts together and watched the preview again. And then again, and again, and again. The image of the gigantic alligator in the sewer devouring our character whole left us feeling like there were no limits to the terror we would eventually endure. RE2 takes place just a few short months after the laboratory incident in the forest of the Arclay Mountains just outside of Raccoon City. Surprisingly, the virus was totally contained, and no one seems to notice anything ever happened. The grass is green, the sky is blue. I'm just kidding, it's fucking hell on Earth. Word may not have spread around the country yet, but the goddamn T-virus has certainly done its fair share of getting around town. The streets are littered with overturned cars, windows are shattered, fires erupt from every corner you peek around. In the blink of an eye, Raccoon City has fallen into a state of complete disrepair. And unfortunately for our two main protagonists, they have no idea what they're in for. Leon S. Kennedy is a cop who has 0 days experience on the force, and Claire Redfield is a college student heading into town simply looking for her brother, Chris, who hasn't been in contact in months. What's interesting is that rather than letting us choose our protagonist of choice and play through the entire game, a la the original Resident Evil, RE2 grants us much more variety in the shape of A and B scenarios. It's not just, here's the game as Leon, here's the same game as Claire. For instance, choosing to play as Leon first will have Claire dealing with different enemies and missing items in the second scenario, and vice versa. The layouts and stories change depending on who is experiencing which chapter, which is a fun little wrinkle. Claire and Leon meet for the first time in a sea of headshots.
Wait! Don't shoot!
Get down!
Out of control semi-trucks?
That maniac's got wrists!
And roaring flames before agreeing to split up in an attempt to stay alive, as well as find a way the hell out of the city. The gameplay is largely the same as the original. Our characters are still heavy as hell, the cameras remain in fixed positions, we can't walk and shoot at the same time, you get the picture. If you played the first game in the series, you don't need to know shit about the sequel. You're gonna do just fine. Where we do see an obvious change, though, is in the overall setting. RE1 was tight, it was claustrophobic. You never felt like you had any room to breathe. Resident Evil 2 begins out in the streets, in the open air. The Raccoon Police Department, where the majority of the game takes place, isn't nearly as confined as the seemingly ever-shrinking hallways of the mansion. That might sound less scary. It might sound like with more space, avoiding enemies would be easier, right? Wrong. The extra square footage on RE2's floor plan means that more enemies can be on screen at the same time. And these enemies, man, they're nasty. Returning for the sequel are the zombies, obviously, as well as the dogs, crows, and spiders. But that's not all we've got to worry about. Hell no. Were you afraid of the hunters from Resident Evil 1? Good. Here are their slippery, skinless, moaning, long-tongued, sharp-clawed cousins, the Licker. The first time you see one of these bastards zip across a window in the hallway you're about to enter, your balls retract into your body and the words "fuck that" escape from your lungs before you can even begin to fathom what you've just seen. Ladies, same deal. If you're playing RE2, you've got balls. Balls are a way of life when it comes to these things, and I hope yours are big, because later in the game, the Lickers are bigger, faster, and stronger, as they've had time to mutate while locked away from society. On top of the Lickers, we've got the Ivy and Poison Ivy to deal with as well. Remember Plant 42 from the first game? Well, that was just one experiment. Now the fuckers are walking around the hallways looking for people to spew acid onto. And don't worry, if bugs are your thing, we've got giant moths flying around as well as comically large cockroaches skittering about down in the sewers. But these are all D, C, and B tier hazards. When it comes to the A level, we're talking about the big boys. Remember the Tyrant from RE1? The fucked up, organs outside his body, ugly son of a bitch inside but looked like one of those tubes you used to see at the bank? We blew him to high hell at the end of the first game, but he was one of many. Umbrella internally referred to that beast as T-002, and unfortunately for us, T-103 has just been released in Raccoon City. The difference in this Tyrant's model number makes it clear that Umbrella considers this big bastard to be a more complete, more dangerous, more deadly evolution of the Tyrant bioweapon. He will break through walls when you least expect it. His punches can whittle your health down into the danger zone in no time, and he soaks up bullets without flinching to the point that avoiding him is more often than not the best strategy you can choose. As we dig deeper into the story of Resident Evil 2, it becomes clear that there is a lot going on here. Leon runs into this hot Asian lady named Ada. Claire runs into this little white girl named Sherry. There's a brand new virus on the scene. Things are breaking down big time. Let's peel the layers of this onion. The canonical way to play through the scenarios is Claire A and Leon B, for the most part. It's pretty ambiguous what did and didn't happen when you put it under a microscope, but let's not go that deep into the weeds. Here's what you need to know. Claire Redfield's "Where the fuck is my brother?" mission answers a ton of questions about how nobody outside of this little town seems to realize any of these crazy things are happening. She finds Chris's journal, which reveals not only where he's gone,
he flew to Europe to investigate Umbrella's main headquarters, which we'll talk about later,
but that Umbrella has also modified the T-virus into something much, much worse. The G-virus, as it's called, is... it's bad news. There are reports of various monsters not only in the forest, but now on the city streets, so why hasn't anyone done anything about it? Well, Chris attempted to. He brought these concerns, the G-virus and the monsters, to the attention of the police chief, Brian Irons, who completely shut it down. It doesn't take long to figure out that half the town's paychecks are signed by Umbrella, and that's why no one wants to come forward. In what is without question some miraculous timing, a fax comes through for Chris, who has apparently had an investigation running on Chief Irons at a federal level. While the feds cannot prove that the G-Virus actually exists, they do spill the tea on Mr. Irons, who has been collecting money from Umbrella for over 5 years. No wonder nobody knows about the outbreak. No wonder there are no press conferences. No wonder he doesn't want to listen to Chris. He's getting paid ass loads of hush money on an annual basis from the company creating the fucking issue. Oh, and he's also been arrested for rape, not once, but twice. Sounds like he's great at his job, right? Our first encounter with the chief himself is lovely, as he's got the corpse of the mayor's daughter sprawled out on his desk, and he speaks as if nothing's wrong.
Terribly sorry. I thought you were another one of those zombies.
Finding his private notes clues us into the fact that he knows the shit has completely hit the fan, and in his endless insanity, he feels betrayed. He's decided to block off every exit in the city and personally hunt down and kill everyone left in his precinct as his one final act. Irons is eventually killed after being face-fucked by an off-screen monster's tentacle, and as luck would have it, he gets split in two like a coconut right before our very eyes.
If I have to go, I'm going to take you with me.
I just can't take the pain!
While all of this is going on, Claire's also escorting a little girl around the precinct. Her name is Sherry, and she's constantly getting into trouble. We actually have to take control of Sherry multiple times and guide her through dangerous scenarios in order to find her way to safety. If you felt scared playing as a grown woman armed to the ass with heavy firearms, imagine playing as a child who doesn't know her elbow from a hole in the wall. Now, who is this little girl and why is she so important to the story? Well, this is a whole thing in and of itself. Let's try and rapid fire through this deal as fast as possible. The little girl's name is Sherry Birkin, daughter of bigwig Umbrella researcher William Birkin, as seen here from the original game next to Wesker, and as seen here in Resident Evil 2. Jesus Christ, what happened? Alright, well, William Birkin created the G-Virus after Wesker went into business for himself and fucked Umbrella over. William also went into business for himself after Umbrella didn't give him a promotion, and that's why the boys in black showed up to take the G-Virus by force. After being pumped full of lead, he injected himself with the virus, knowing full well it would turn him into a killing machine. His goal? Don't let the boys in black get away with stealing his life's work. That's where Sherry comes into play. You see, the difference between the T-Virus and the G-Virus is that those infected with the G-Virus can implant embryos into the body of another. Thus the face-fucking we witnessed on Chief Irons. Sherry and William's biological link will allow the embryo to survive inside her and produce G-Virus offspring. An implanted embryo in the body of someone you don't share a biological link with will end up in violent rejection, thus the coconut splitting we witnessed on Chief Irons. So, yes, the monster formerly known as William Birkin is roaming the halls of the police station looking for his daughter, who he plans to impregnate with an embryo of a virus he created to ensure its long-term survival. What the fuck? I know this is a lot to take in, but that's the journey, man. Resident Evil 2 is messed up on so many levels, but it doesn't stop there. William implants the embryo in Sherry before we can make it to her rescue, which is fucking gross, but now the race is on to try and save her life. That's when Birkin boss fight number 1 occurs. Also, I hope you're keeping up, because at this point we've gone from the RPD to the sewers, and now we've made it to, you guessed it, another underground laboratory. The aforementioned advanced lickers prowl these cold steel halls, as do the walking, spitting ivy sons of bitches. In our search for answers on how to save Sherry, Annette Birkin,
William's wife and Sherry's mother,
shows up, gun in hand, cutting a promo about how William was a genius, and that no one can steal his creation. She has no idea what he did to their daughter, but hey, great timing, he's here! And my oh my has he grown. They talk it out, like adults. I'm kidding, he kills the shit out of her. Finally seeing the error of her and her husband's ways, she hands over the formula to create the G-Virus antidote, which we can use to save Sherry. The antidote is created and it's time to save this girl's life, right? Wrong. William is back. He's bigger, nastier, and meaner than ever. Halfway through the boss fight, he takes a breather, mutates further, and now he's jumping around the factory like a fucking 900-pound flea covered in 6-foot bone needles. William is defeated, Leon and Claire reunite, save Sherry with the antidote, and escape to safety. So wait, hold on. Leon and Claire reunite. Where the hell has Leon been this whole time? Well, I'm glad you asked. This won't take as long to cover because a lot of what Claire does as far as tracking down keys and unlocking doors, Leon's gonna have to do it too. Is that nonsensical? Yeah! But are we gonna lose sleep over it? No! You will notice that I touched on all the big moments of Claire's entire scenario and didn't bring up the advanced model Tyrant that I mentioned earlier. That's because he's a B scenario exclusive. Fuck this guy. Try your best to avoid him. He's an extremely deadly pain in the ass. Before long, Leon meets Ada Wong, a sexy Asian lady who says she's looking for her boyfriend, John. We control Ada in parts of Leon's story the same way we controlled Sherry in portions of Claire's story. Ada isn't as keen on working together as Leon is, but she goes along for the ride. Their disproportionate care for each other is constantly evident. Several times across the story, Ada disappears and does her own thing. When Annette opens fire and Leon takes a bullet for Ada, she's like, thanks dude, and pieces out to chase Annette down rather than get him help. Ada catches up to old Miss Birkin and that's when the dots start to get connected.
Identify yourself. Ada Wong. Ada Wong. I've heard that name before. Now I remember. One of the men from Chicago who came to assist the T-virus research used his girlfriend's name as his password. Ada and John, I believe.
Oh shit. Annette informs Ada of John's death, which we already knew about, seeing as though we read his death letter in the first game. The two get into a tussle over a locket, which belongs to little Sherry, who dropped it earlier in the game, and Annette takes a Mankind Hell in a Cell-esque bump over the balcony. Inside that fancy locket, a little taste of the G. After they reunite, Ada tells Leon about John and she doesn't seem to care that he's dead. Like, at all. Which is odd, seeing as though the whole reason she came here was to find him. Eventually, Ada gets slashed by William, and when Leon goes to find help, he bumps into Annette, who somehow took that balcony fall like a fucking champion. Annette blows Ada's whole game and spills the beans. Ada didn't come here looking for John. She never loved John to begin with. She's a spy working for a rival company to Umbrella and was sent here to get her hands on the G-Virus before Umbrella had the chance. Before any of this can really sink in, the Tyrant shows up and shit gets real. Ada makes the save and seemingly kills the big son of a bitch, but she eats a chokeslam through a generator for her troubles. She professes her love for Leon, and the two share a kiss as she drifts away. The self-destruct system kicks in, Leon reunites with Claire and Sherry to make their escape, but goodness fucking gracious, the Tyrant is still alive. His leather jacket and gloves melted away in the molten steel, and what has emerged is something much, much deadlier. The battle ensues, the Tyrant eats bullets even easier than before, and when all hope seems lost...
Here, use this!
Was that Ada? The finish sees an excellent callback to the original gameplay out, and the Tyrant once again is blown to smithereens. Leon, Claire, and Sherry board the escape train and go home, right? Wrong again. The final, and I promise, final version of William shows up, and at this point, I mean, come on. This literally looks like a gigantic human asshole that had an unfortunate run-in with a porcupine. I mean, seriously, there's no way they didn't know that this thing looked like an evil butthole. The final showdown ends with the leakage and deflation of Butthole William. Leon unhooks the train cars and William dies in a fiery explosion as the underground lab self-destructs. After all this, all the monsters, all the betrayals, all the horrible deaths, the final cutscene leads us into the credits. And what a fucking doozy this last cutscene is.
Come on. Time to leave.
Now? What's wrong? Is something following us?
We have to go. We don't have any time to waste.
Go? Where?
Hey, it's up to us to take out Umbrella.
That right there is the story of Resident Evil 2. It's kind of crazy how far that story came from back in the 1.5 days. Noboru Shigemura's biggest complaint was that this one had almost no ties to the original, and he corrected that in a big way. Nobody back during RE1's development had any idea who John and Ada were, clearly, and Shigemura turned that tiny little detail into an overarching storyline here in the sequel. Not only did he kill the concept of Elsa Walker and turn her into Claire Redfield, the sister of one of RE1's stars, but he wrote into RE2's script where Chris had gone, opening a world of possibilities for future games to pick up that story and do with it as they please.
Spoiler, Shigemura was already writing the story for what would become Code Veronica before RE2 even shipped. He was looking further into the distance than anyone even knew.
He did the same thing with Jill and Barry, noting through diaries that the STARS team were still on the hunt for conclusive evidence with which they could bring down Umbrella for good. The world building in Resident Evil 2 is on some next level shit, but hey, that's what happens when you bring in a highly experienced, impressively credentialed television and film writer to take control of your script. You may still have some questions, and that's fine, because we're gonna dig even deeper. One of the questions my friends and I always had was, why the hell is this police department full of these beautiful statues and sculptures? Why do they move and unlock fucking funhouse puzzles that uncover hidden gems and secret keys? What the hell is going on here? Well, that's actually explained in the story, if you're paying attention, which, as children, obviously my friends and I were not. This isn't just some police station. The RPD precinct was actually an art museum at first. The building was repurposed and redecorated as a police department, but all the little ins and outs and wacky shit remained in the structure's DNA, as it were. That's some more Noboru Shigemura shit, by the way. Originally, there were absolutely no explanations for why this police department was full of smoke and mirrors puzzles. Thank God they hired him. Many of you may be wondering why I've not called the tyrant Mr. X throughout this video. Well, it's because it wasn't his real name. He's commonly referred to as Mr. X these days, but nowhere in the game is he referred to as such. He's really not referred to at all. He just shows up to bust your shit. But when you really think about it, none of us even knew he was a tyrant until after he fell into the molten steel and emerged without his disguise. His claws and exact mannerisms to the original game's boss was actually a huge reveal at the time. So where does the name Mr. X come from if he's never labeled in the story? The first place I remember seeing it was on the packaging for the Toy Biz line of Resident Evil 2 action figures. These figures were fucking awesome, by the way, and good lord has their value gone up over the years. Outside of the action figures, though, the official strategy guide also labeled the big man as Mr. X. So where did it come from? Honestly, I have no fucking idea where it originated. It seems like the name traces back to the merchandise, but who decided to put the name on the merchandise? And before you say, oh, Claire called him Mr. X in the novelization, that came out in 1999, a year after the game was released. Look, I've researched this to the ends of the earth, and I'm finding nothing conclusive. If one of you has the answer, let me know. It would be criminal for me to cover the entirety of Resident Evil 2 and not mention Marvin, the wounded police officer the player encounters inside the RPD. He's a good man, a helpful man, and he went out a hero. He also turns right in front of our very eyes, which was absolutely horrific the first time we experienced it in 1998. Sorry Marvin, you're a memorable part of the game, but as a Zombo, you's gots to go. The original Resident Evil had a story mode, and that was it. You could replay it to your heart's content, you could try as hard as possible to get the best ranking and unlock weapons with infinite ammo and feel invincible, but outside of making little changes on your own, that's kind of where it began and ended. RE2 features a playable side mission called The Fourth Survivor, which is unlocked by completing any A and B scenario combination of your choice, as long as you earn at least an A ranking. We take control of Hunk, aka one of the boys in black we saw get decimated by William Birkin earlier in the story. The mission is to escape the RPD with a sample of the G-Virus, while every big and nasty monster you can imagine are roaming the halls and out for blood. And if you master Hunk and his mission, you can do it again as a giant block of tofu. I'm not kidding. All you have to do is beat both scenarios 3 times with A rankings, and you can play the Tofu Survivor as a chunk of fucking tofu. Why? Well, here's the story. The image of the giant cube was a placeholder used to test collision detecting with enemies in the environment. But why not cut this out when the game was completed? I think that's pretty obvious. It's because it's funny. It's obvious that Resident Evil 2 accomplished everything a sequel is supposed to. It looks better, it plays better, it furthers the story in several directions, introduces new characters, so on and so forth. The reviews reflected the series' growth in spades. Sales-wise, it was a blockbuster. In Japan alone, the game sold through 1.4 million units in just 4 days, a feat that took the original title an entire year to accomplish. Resident Evil 2 took the franchise into the stratosphere and undoubtedly cemented the name of Resident Evil into the history books. Hideki Kamiya may not have started RE2 as a man with a vision, but in reflection, everything fell where it was supposed to. And it's worth noting that 15 years after its cancellation, a playable prototype demo of Resident Evil 1.5 leaked onto the internet. Modders around the world have built onto the demo, fixing broken walls and doors and attempting to complete the original vision, which speaks volumes to the passion of fans of the series. Hardcore fans of the original game, like myself, we were spoiled, man. Just 6 years after the release of the original game, we were treated to that mind-blowingly amazing remake on the Nintendo GameCube. Fans of RE2 couldn't wait for their turn in the sun. As the years rolled on, the wishes, requests, and demands for a reimagining on more powerful hardware piled up until they overflowed, leaving the diehards with hopes that the remake train would be pulling around any second now. 5 years after the original launch, RE2 was re-released on the Nintendo GameCube, and it looked like this. It wasn't a remake, it was a straight port. Fans were heartbroken, critics weren't impressed, and as the years rolled on, the talks of a possible remake all but died out. That is until Sony's E3 2018 press conference. The title earned Game of the Year awards from countless media outlets and set the bar for what a remake can and should be higher than ever before. The legacy of Resident Evil 2 is unquestionable. Whether you grew up in the 90s like myself and played the original game, or were introduced to the series through the remake, it doesn't matter. We're all the same. We all know the layout of the RPD building like the back of our hand. We can talk along with Claire and Leon and mouth their lines as they deliver them, and we're all probably still a little scared of Mr. X, whether we want to admit it or not. Resident Evil 2 took the series to new heights and opened up this universe for a whole new world of direct sequels. And prequels. After Resident Evil and Resident Evil 2 both outperformed sales expectations, Capcom found the roots of the series firmly planted in the soil of popular culture. The merchandise was abundant, but the toys and comics were small potatoes as far as what was to come. Shortly after the release of the first game in 1996, the motion picture rights to the Resident Evil franchise were purchased by Constantine Films. Several scripts came and went before the first ever official Resident Evil movie actually released in 2002, but we're not there yet. Castro, tell him to relax.
Relax, we're only in 1999. 2002 is later in the series. Don't make me come back here and bust your ass!
Thank you, Castro. You know what's funny is that although a theatrical film was indeed still several years out, we did get a taste of what could be through RE2's live-action TV commercial that aired exclusively in Japan, which was directed by film legend and Night of the Living Dead creator George A. Romero. Why this didn't air elsewhere, I don't know. The camp is on point, it's cheesy as all hell, and back in 1998, this would have sold me on the game, big time.
Biohazard 2.
The reason I'm touching on Resident Evil crossing over into other avenues is to convey just how big the series was coming, and not only in the public, but behind closed doors as well. Immediately after the release of RE2, Capcom had begun development on 4 separate games under the Resident Evil umbrella. One of them was a practically non-canonical adventure following a brand new character through swaths of infected on the streets of Raccoon City. Another was what would eventually become Code Veronica, a title exclusive to the Sega Dreamcast. The script for what we would come to know as Resident Evil VIII was in its infancy. And last but not least, we have the project that was originally intended to be released as Resident Evil 3. The story was to unfold on a commercial cruise ship, where the player would take control of our boy Hunk, who was looking to secure a sample of the G-Virus for his employer, Umbrella. Very early into development on the proposed third game in the series, Sony announced the PlayStation 2, set for release in March of 2000 in Japan and October of 2000 in the US. Knowing that Resident Evil 3, which was planned for release on the original PlayStation, would not be complete until way after the PS2 already launched, Capcom threw their arms up and said, fuck it. The spin-off game, the one centered around a brand new face escaping the hellscape of Raccoon City, was much further along. The decision was made to replace the debuting character with RE1's Jill Valentine, slap a big 3 sticker on the cover art, and get this bastard on store shelves to make as many sales as possible before the PlayStation 2 showed up. The cruise liner concept starring Hunk was unceremoniously thrown in the trash, right next to Resident Evil 1.5. This all sounds like a recipe for disaster, doesn't it? Game cancellations, too many irons in the fire at the same time, completely abandoned concepts, rebranded sequels, good lord. And wait, this game is taking place in Raccoon City, with the star of Resident Evil 1 patrolling the streets. Didn't Resident Evil 2 just take place in Raccoon City? How the fuck did Claire and Leon not run into Jill? Resident Evil 3 takes place both before and after the events of RE2. Follow along with me here, it's a little crazy. Jill's attempts at escaping the nightmare that has enveloped Raccoon City begins just one day prior to Claire and Leon's arrival. Everything is fucked. The whole city is a war zone. You thought the little strip of the streets we saw in RE2 was bad? Good lord, the rest of the city is so much worse. In her attempts to flee, Jill comes across her STARS compatriot Brad Vickers, who you may remember as the pilot from the original game. He's hysterical, completely drowning in fear. He rambles on about how someone is coming for them, someone who is specifically targeting STARS members, and that there's no hope to escape. Eventually, he clears his head and builds an evacuation helicopter, allowing himself and Jill to leave the town behind. Just kidding, he's gruesomely murdered right in front of Jill by what the fuck is that thing? This is Nemesis.
Help! Help!
He's a new tyrant model created by Umbrella with one mission in mind. Do not let those big-mouth STARS operatives live to tell the tale of what they know about Umbrella's shady dealings. The Nemesis model is much more intelligent than previous incarnations, and can be sent into a battlefield with the ability to think on its feet, carry out orders, and even use firearms in its quest to achieve its goal. What the fuck is with its look though? Honestly. The original Tyrant was uglier than shit, his skin was gray, his organs were outside of his body, he was a mess. Mr. X, featured in Resident Evil 2, at least he had more of a human-like appearance. He's kinda just like a gray Big Show. But Nemesis? He's the fucking ugliest one yet. He looks like something that fell into your deep fryer and you don't know whether it's a chunk of onion you thought you threw away or a fucking piece of wood that fell off your kitchen cabinets when you weren't looking. I get the idea. The boss of a survival horror game needs to be scary and intimidating. If Nemesis looked like Idris Elba, players would be like, "How you doing?" instead of running for their lives. But still, logically, I would think Umbrella would want their killing machine to be somewhat understated so it could slip in, make the kill, and slip out. Like a ninja, or a hitman, or any other version of a contracted killer you prefer to slide in here. Not a 7-foot, leather-clad, charbroiled Cenobite-looking prick with a rocket launcher the size of a Jeep transmission hooked to his forearm. But hey, that's just me talking. While Resident Evil 3 may look nearly identical to its two older brothers on the surface, there are several brand new mechanics added to the gameplay to spice things up. For starters, we can now find different types of gunpowder, which can be combined in myriad ways in order to create whatever sort of ammo we desire. While RE3 is still definitely scary, it carries less of a horror movie vibe and more of an action movie attitude throughout the campaign. With that in mind, the developers made sure the player isn't as heavy and helpless as we've grown accustomed to. A brand new quick turn feature as well as a dodge mechanic have been added to even the playing field against the enemy, which comes in handy all the time. And hey, what screams action movie attitude more than big, red, explosive barrels, huh? Couple all these gameplay updates in with the fact that nearly a dozen times throughout the campaign, the screen goes negative, and we're tasked with making a split-second decision in the face of life or death. These decisions stack and can alter the way the story unfolds in a big, big way, but we're not there yet, so no spoilers. Like I said, Resident Evil 3 may appear identical at a glance, but this is not some lame-ass copy and paste job, that's for sure. On her way through the raging fires that are overtaking the city, Jill meets Carlos, Nikolai, and Mikhail, the surviving members of a group of mercenaries hired by Umbrella to rescue civilians from the war zone. With the city falling further and further into chaos with each passing minute, their plan is to ride a cable car to the middle of town, ascend the clock tower, and call in their rescue chopper. Sounds easy, right? Well, it's not. We discover several bodies of our newfound friends, fallen comrades during our adventure. At one point, Jill seemingly walks in on Nikolai shooting and killing one of his own men, whom Nikolai claims was on the verge of turning, and he was simply putting him out of his misery. I don't know about that. Nemesis is constantly showing up and ruining the night, and let me tell you something, DanDans, Nemesis is no joke. Everywhere you thought you were safe, you're not. Nemesis doesn't give a fuck about your safety. He will chase you from one room to another. He will open doors. He's not some lumbering zombie dragging his foot like Homer Simpson to justify a handicap spot. This Kentucky Fried motherfucker sprints down the streets like Michael Cera in Superbad, and he will get his hands on you. You can blow up the room he's in, he'll come back. You can eventually outrun him. He will find you. Go ahead, jump out the window. He's not far behind. Hideki Kamiya has stated that Nemesis was inspired by the T-1000, the liquid metal bad guy from Terminator 2. The same way John and Sarah Connor never felt safe and always felt like they were being watched is exactly how Kamiya wanted you to feel about Nemesis. Hearing that terrible music kick in as soon as you enter a room is horrifying, as more often than not, Nemesis is off-screen. We're not sure where he is, but he knows exactly where we are. I hate it. I mean, I love it, but I hate it. Once the cable car is fixed up and ready to ride, Jill and Carlos,
along with the injured Mikhail,
set off for the clock tower. Nikolai disappeared when a gang of zombies rushed the building we were in. He's probably dead. Whatever, fuck him. He's sketchy anyway. No more than 3 seconds after the cable car starts moving, Nemesis shows up. I'm sensing a pattern here. If you're in a Resident Evil game and you're depending on some sort of vehicle to provide transportation, there's a 94.7% chance that that vehicle is going to be infiltrated by a boss character. It's just the way it is. Mikhail makes the call to send you into the front of the car. He suckers Nemesis in, and once they're in clinch range, he pulls the pin on his final grenade, sacrificing himself for the good of the mission. The only problem with that strategy is that Nemesis survives the blast and the cable car is fucked up beyond repair. Jill and Carlos are forced to jump out of the damn thing while it's still moving, but hey, we land basically on the doorstep of the clock tower anyway, so it's not that bad. The clock tower itself has a very RE1-esque mansion feel to it. Ornate staircases, libraries, tarantulas the size of a fucking Volkswagen, it's all in a day's work. Ringing the bell should be simple, but it's not, because this is Resident Evil. Ringing the bell requires us to find a necklace, a key, combine them into a super key necklace thing, retrieve 3 different gemstone balls from the hands of some old-ass statues, drop the gemstone balls into the trays of these ancient paintings with clocks attached to them, which will eventually unlock these gold and silver gears, which we need to stack and insert into a machine inside the tower. It's so ridiculous. And you know, up until this point, the obstacles in our path have been way more reasonable and realistic than they were in previous games. So far it's been like, hey, I need this fire hose, but it's bolted down, I better go find a wrench. Hey, this shutter's locked, I need to open it up, I gotta find the right shaped crank. But as soon as we step foot in an old school piece of Raccoon City architecture, it becomes this whole elaborate plan of 15 steps with 20 questions just to ring a goddamn bell. I would say it's stupid, but it's all part of the Resident Evil charm. The bell is rung and it's finally over, right, Jill?
Huh?
After Nemesis blows the rescue chopper sky high, we're doing battle in the garden, but this time, Jill doesn't get away so easily. Nemesis actually infects Jill with the virus, which is the first time one of our playable characters has actually been infected. Jill fends the monster off, but after that, it's lights out. Carlos leads Jill to safety, and now the player steps into the shoes of Carlos Oliveira himself in search of something that can help Jill fend off the virus. Carlos's journey isn't an easy one, as every enemy that has stood in Jill's way is also waiting to pounce on him. And hey, this might be a good time to talk about some of these new monstrosities that have joined the party in the third game. What do you think? First up is the Drain Deimos, which is a strange name, but hey, it's a strange enemy. Word on the street is that these vile sons of bitches are the product of fleas being exposed to the virus and mutating into something that closely resemble my good friend Giuseppe's worst nightmares. The Drain Deimos cousin is called the Brain Sucker. Can you guess why? These guys.
This is not my kind of guy.
The Gravedigger is a subterranean worm that you don't want to mess with. The sliding worms can be considered the baby brothers of the Gravedigger, and they're also no joke. They'll suck you dry like a... Never mind. The Hunters are back, but this time are referred to as Hunter Betas, as these are not nearly as far along as the monsters we encountered in the mansion of the first game. These guys are imperfect creations, they're disfigured, and they're pissed about it. The Hunter Gamma, on the other hand, are something else entirely. These guys were designed by Umbrella for underwater attacks, and it shows. They may not be as instantaneously deadly as the original model, but the Gamma boys will still finish you with the quickness if you're not careful. When my friends and I were younger, we hated the design of the Hunter Gamma. We thought this thing looked borderline friendly. In retrospect, I take that back entirely. I don't know if there's anything scarier than the idea of one of these frogman-looking pricks dragging me off a dock and drowning me before swallowing my body whole. I don't think so. Send one of the original hunters my way. He'll cut my head off and it'll go way faster. No thanks to the Gamma boys. 3 days have gone by since Jill was infected, to be clear, so now Resident Evil 2 has officially happened. Okay, good. Now we've gone from prequel to sequel. Carlos travels to the hospital in search of some sort of help for Jill, and I must say, this is one of the most gruesome settings in series history up to this point. The dead bodies of the hospital staff are strewn about everywhere inside the building. A diary found in the lobby states that the patients who turned overran the doctors and killed everyone inside. This is horrible. Before long, we run into Nikolai, who's apparently still alive, and he just killed another one of his fucking men. What is this guy's deal? Nikolai turns the gun on Carlos, but our teammate who we thought had been killed pulls the pin on his final grenade, sacrificing himself for the... Wait a minute, what is with these guys going, fuck it, grenade me, when they get injured? Is this in the mercenary handbook? The deeper we go into the depths of the hospital, the clearer it becomes that this was no ordinary medical facility. There were tests on different monsters being conducted behind closed doors. Umbrella truly had their hand in everyone's pockets in this entire city, didn't they? The great thing about Umbrella being involved in this hospital, though, is that they left behind the formula for the T-virus vaccine. Carlos secures the antidote and, hey, is that C4? Fighting his way back to Jill in time won't be easy, especially seeing as though Nemesis has returned once again, and this time he's transformed. His gear is deteriorating from all the damage, and his exposed upper body reveals several pulsating tentacles. Tentacles which he likes to use as a whip, a choking device, and a sternum-puncturing spear. After incapacitating the beast, Carlos is able to inject Jill with the vaccine. The escape plan is back on, but hey, check this out. It's a written order to the supervisors.
I'm one of the supervisors.
The order is to destroy the hospital, all evidence, and the formula for the cure to the T-virus. Gotcha. While Carlos and the boys were indeed hired by Umbrella to save civilians, the supervisors were all tasked with killing their underlings and taking notes on the situation. Of course, why wouldn't they be?
Hold on. Is it just me? Or does Umbrella Corporation suck?
Umbrella sucks. Thank you, Sean Phoenix. A supervisor's report can also be uncovered, which details the thoughts of one of the men in charge. His notes reveal that the mission is to monitor the monsters. Nemesis, the hunters, everything. Umbrella wants first-hand, eyewitness accounts of what these things can actually do in battle. Lovely. He even mulls over the idea of purposely infecting POWs with the virus before releasing them back to their home bases, knowing full well that they'd turn and infect the rest of the opposition. Good God, man. This just gets darker and darker. And if that isn't enough for you, how about the manager's diary, which reveals that a small outbreak in Raccoon City was actually all a part of the plan. These pieces of shit even developed a gas that would rapidly decompose the bodies of their infected specimens in order to destroy any and all evidence of their experiments. This part actually works in Jill's favor, as the 27th encounter with Nemesis actually takes place in the disposal room, and guess who accidentally slashes a gas line full of the decomposition materials? Bye-bye, bitch. The trash is taken out, and that's that, right? Of course not! Nikolai opens fire on the facility from inside a goddamn attack helicopter. Now, if it were you, would you attempt to negotiate with the Mad Russian? Or would you blow his ass to pieces with a rocket launcher? Yeah, that's what I thought. It's at this point that everything finally seems to be coming up Milhouse, but nothing could be further from the truth. Umbrella's little experiment has officially failed, and the word has gotten out. The United States government as a whole has been made aware of this horrific outbreak, and the president himself has signed off on a missile strike capable of wiping out the entire town in order to contain the virus. Think about what we've been going through in real life with the coronavirus here in 2020 and let that thought go through your head again. It's fucking scary. The final showdown takes place between Jill and the somehow still alive Nemesis. This guy just doesn't go away.
Why won't you die?
Luckily for Jill, there's a big prototype railgun in the room which can be used to explode the Nemesis shithead once and for all.
Warning. System overheating.
With the missile nearly to its destination, Carlos and Jill are saved by a mystery man in a helicopter, who turns out to be none other than Barry Burton. As our trio escape the terrors of the night, the missile strikes and Raccoon City is completely obliterated, wiping the T-virus off the face of the earth.
That's it. Umbrella's going down.
Resident Evil 3 Nemesis fully delivers on its action movie formula, man. It's a great time, it's a wild ride, it's nuts. And even though we've gone through the whole story, there are still some excellent little moments that I want to touch on. For starters, the diaries and journals left behind do not disappoint. These add context to the world in every game in the Resident Evil franchise, and Nemesis is no different. I especially appreciate the journalist diary found in the Raccoon City press building. We touched on how no one was talking about the outbreak in Resident Evil 2 because Umbrella was in everyone's pockets, but you can't buy the free press. This guy was following the case and was ready to blow the lid off the entire situation when he lost contact with the outside world and the entire building was overrun with the undead. Poor bastard. He was one of the last good souls left in town, and he was torn to shreds like all the rest. Remember earlier when I mentioned how the decisions we make can alter the course of the story? Well, that wasn't a lie. We can blow Nikolai's helicopter out of the sky, or we can attempt to talk to him. Going the negotiation route leads to Nikolai revealing that he has taken Umbrella's offer and intends to cash in on the price on Jill's head. If you never attempt to speak with him, it's never made clear that Umbrella has indeed placed a hit on Jill, which is an interesting little wrinkle. Another thing that had our childhood heads spinning was during the final encounter with Nemesis in the railgun room. The corpse of a fallen T-103 super tyrant in final form can be seen crashed through a wall. What the hell happened here? Who battled this thing? And more importantly, who finished him off? If you look really, really closely throughout the final areas, the corpses of several T-103 tyrants can be found strewn about the wreckage. That helicopter in Resident Evil 2 was indeed carrying 6 T-103 tyrant pods after all, and it looks like they may have dropped them all. The mystery here is so intriguing, and to my knowledge, has never been deeply explained inside the canon of the series. I stress, inside the canon of the series. My brother, my friend Tim, and I would stay up way too late during sleepovers talking about this scene for hours, explaining what we thought went down and how it occurred. We'd debate who would win in a fight between William, the Tyrant, and Nemesis. Those were the days, man. I have been super positive up to this point because both of these games are very near and dear to my heart, but I would never forgive myself if I didn't touch on this real quick. The reveal of Barry Burton at the end of Resident Evil 3 could not possibly have been handled any worse. First of all, he's not wearing the outfit we're used to seeing him in. That's forgivable though. People don't wear the same clothes every day. Jill's not wearing the same clothes she did from the first game. But they changed his voice actor too.
But just take a look at this.
Are you ready to finish this?
Next up, he's wearing a hat and sunglasses so we can barely see his face, and on top of it all, his hair is a completely different color. Is this even fucking Barry Burton? Who the fuck is this guy? If it is Barry, which, I mean, it is, why did they go about his cameo in such bizarre fashion? That's like if the history of Resident Evil Part 3 opened like this and I just carried on as if nothing happened. What the hell were they thinking? Much like Resident Evil 2's The Fourth Survivor, RE3 also features an unlockable mode called The Mercenaries Operation Mad Jackal. Take control of the merc of your choice and get from point A to point B inside the time limit. Earning time extensions along the way is of key importance, so making sure your goals are met is paramount in terms of a successful run. As you may have guessed, yes, Resident Evil 3 Nemesis released to rave reviews and outstanding commercial success. While the third installment didn't quite reach the heights of the original or Resident Evil 2, it still did extraordinarily well, moving more than 3 million units at retail. Without going through the same dog and pony show, yes, RE3 was ported straight onto the Nintendo GameCube, and no, players were not happy that it wasn't a remake. Fans of the series were happy, however, in April of 2020 when Resident Evil 3's actual remake released on the PlayStation 4 and Xbox One. Once again, seeing one of our childhood favorites from more than 2 decades ago reimagined on more powerful hardware is truly remarkable. No matter how many times Capcom dangles that remake carrot, we are all going to keep asking for more. Plus, can we take a second and talk about how hot Jill is in the remake? My word. Resident Evil 2 and 3 are many things. They're an exercise in expansion, opening a singular story and unfolding the possibilities into new avenues and crossroads. They're a demonstration of patience and restraint, as their development cycles were deeply troubled and nearly ruined before cooler heads prevailed, resulting in a stellar final product. Resident Evil 2 and 3 were proof that the undead outbreak and virus-laden underbelly of Megacorporation Umbrella was not lightning caught in a bottle, and that this franchise had many, many more stories to come. But with Raccoon City vaporized and the TNG viruses eradicated, what would be next for our STARS members on their quest to take down Umbrella once and for all? DanDans, thank you for joining me for this, the history of Resident Evil Part 2, Undead Evolution. Next time out, it's the history of Resident Evil Part 3, The Root of All Evil, where we're going to do our damnedest to dig deeper and deeper to try and find out what the hell is actually going on here. If you like the series, consider heading over to ProWrestlingTees.com/616entertainment and picking up a shirt. Or you can head over to Patreon.com/616entertainment, sign up at any level you desire. There's all kinds of different bonus perks for you there. I love you guys, and I will see you next time. With over 10 million copies sold inside of the franchise's first 3 years on the market, Resident Evil was a certified juggernaut. But after releasing the initial trilogy all on the thriving platform that was the PlayStation, Capcom decided to branch out and deliver their flavor of survival horror to gamers outside of the Sony ecosystem. And by that I mean exclusively. Obviously, the first title in the series was ported to the Sega Saturn, and Resident Evil 2 was eventually ported to the Nintendo 64, as well as several other consoles. But this was going to be different. This next chapter would only be playable on one platform, the brand new Sega Dreamcast. Before we bust the lid off this can of zombified worms, let me just say welcome to the history of Resident Evil Part 3, The Root of All Evil. On this outing, we're going to dig deeper into the Resident Evil lore with 2 new games exclusive to 2 new consoles for the series, which is very exciting. So keep those green herbs in your pocket and those shotgun shells in your ammo bag, DanDans. This won't hurt a bit. I don't know about you guys, but I didn't have a Sega Dreamcast growing up. I only had one friend who owned one, good old bathroom money Tim Ewers, who I've brought up like 5 times already across this series. We bonded through Resident Evil, there's no doubt about it. But without owning a Dreamcast, I never experienced any of its biggest titles firsthand when I was a kid. Sure, we played WWF Royal Rumble here and there, or House of the Dead too, but the vast majority of my experience with this new Resident Evil game was spent mostly looking over Tim's shoulder. My brother and I had a PlayStation at home, and we felt lucky to have that. Having more than one console in our house was unheard of. But on to the game itself. What's funny is that we've covered Resident Evil 2's tumultuous development cycle. We've covered Resident Evil 3's super late in production audible to turn it from a side story to the 3rd major canonical entry in the series to accommodate sales projections. But wouldn't you know it, this next game didn't go off without a hitch either. You see, these lofty, let's make it exclusive to a new platform ideas weren't set in stone from the jump. This project was originally supposed to be a simple port of Resident Evil 2 for the Sega Saturn. The only problem was that it didn't work. After it became glaringly obvious that this wasn't going to pan out, the higher-ups from Capcom told Shinji Mikami, "Hey, we love you, we want you to deliver a Resident Evil game to our Sega fans, but this shit isn't working. Fuck a port, let's make a new game." Mikami, ever the opportunist, countered with, "That sounds great, but I'm going to need more time and more money." Capcom responded in kind with, "This game is going to have to be quite a leap in quality if you want that to happen." To which Mikami said, "Well then let's put it on the fucking Dreamcast, you idiots. It's 1998, the Sega Saturn is some old shit. Let's put it on the new shit." Capcom overnighted Mikami a duffel bag full of cash and production was officially underway. Okay, so that's not exactly the conversation they had, but it is, in essence, the gist of what went down. The Sega Saturn was on its way out, the Sega Dreamcast was right around the corner, and holy high hell was this thing more powerful than its predecessor. This next game needed to set the bar for what Resident Evil would look and feel like heading into the future. This is Resident Evil Code Veronica. Now this is what you call a huge step forward. This CGI intro puts every other cutscene in Resident Evil history up to this point to shame. And it's not only in the storytelling sequences that Code Veronica shines. Take a look at the moment-to-moment gameplay. The static, pre-rendered backgrounds of the original trilogy are gone, replaced instead by real-time 3D environments. The camera doesn't sit in one place as if it were staged by a director beforehand. It actually follows us as we traverse the levels. The lighting effects have improved tenfold. Carrying our trusty Zippo around in dark rooms will illuminate our walkway as well as cast shadows on the walls. Cockroaches scatter from underneath rotting corpses. Zombies can now fall against their surroundings. There are weapons we can dual wield and shoot 2 enemies at once, which is fucking awesome. There's even an option when coming across a healing item with an already full inventory to use the item on the spot, which is not only a literal lifesaver, but a massive improvement in the overall gameplay experience. It goes without saying that Resident Evil Code Veronica, right out of the box, is the best looking and feeling entry in the series up to this point. The decision to take this game off the Sega Saturn and instead build from the ground up on the Dreamcast made all the difference in the world. The events of Code Veronica occur 3 months after Raccoon City was destroyed, placing us in December of 1998 on the timeline. Claire Redfield, one of the only survivors of the outbreak, is still in search of her older brother, STARS member Chris Redfield. We learn through finding Chris's journal in Resident Evil 2 that he departed the United States in search of Umbrella's headquarters, where he intended to either find damning evidence that would ruin the crooked megacorporation from the inside out, or take them down himself if need be. Claire, worried for her brother's safety, heads to an Umbrella facility in Paris where she believes Chris might be in trouble. The only issue with this plan is that Claire is quickly outnumbered, captured, and imprisoned. Can we just throw it out there really fast that Claire is not a special forces officer like her brother? She may have survived the night in Raccoon City, but for fuck's sake, she's just a regular young woman. She doesn't have the training that Chris has. She's got gigantic balls of steel, obviously, but it was a terrible idea to think she could have infiltrated a heavily guarded Umbrella base all by herself. So yeah, of course she's locked up. Sometime later, Claire awakens in a cell and is released? I'm gonna give you one guess and one guess only as to what this guy is referring to in regards to the island being a death trap.
Can I guess? I'm going to assume it's the same problem that has been the basis of the plot of every other game in Resident Evil history.
That's right, it's an outbreak. A T-virus outbreak, apparently caused when a company rival to Umbrella showed up and started shooting like Frank Reynolds.
Anyway, I started blasting. Bang!
I know what you're thinking. I thought the T-virus was wiped off the face of the earth when Raccoon City was destroyed. Well, it was. Or so we thought. Umbrella's testing this goddamn virus all over the place. Raccoon City was one of many, many secret facilities scattered across the globe. This island we're stranded on, it's an Umbrella-owned prison complex called Rockford Island. Location? Somewhere in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. With her brother nowhere in sight and her plan blown to shit, Claire's main objective switches to finding a way the hell out of here. Along the way, she encounters Steve Burnside, a prisoner on this island with possibly the dweebiest voice acting I've ever heard in a video game.
Relax, beautiful. I said I was sorry. I don't want you following me, lady. You'll only slow me down.
Steve won't reveal why he's been imprisoned here, but he seems to have some serious trust issues.
You'll just end up disappointed if you rely on others. Believe me, I know.
Claire's journey, as you might expect, is an arduous one. The undead are emerging from the island's cemetery. Roaring flames block her way, and oh god, what the hell is this place? And who the hell is this British royal looking prick? This is Alfred Ashford, the owner / commander of this prison island and one half of the heirs to the Ashford family throne. Who the hell are the Ashford family? Well, their bloodline dates back more years than I can count. They're ungodly wealthy and extremely high levels of intelligence seem to run in their genes. And I'd be remiss to not mention that Edward Ashford, Alexia and Alfred's grandfather, was one of the founders of, drumroll please, Umbrella. Alfred is a little unstable, to say the least.
You're just a rat in a cage anyway. I'll be sure to keep you entertained before I dispose of you.
Through his diaries, we learn that he is obsessed with his sister, Alexia, whom he has devoted his entire life to. If anyone so much as looks at Alexia, they're dead. I'm serious. Code Veronica is not what you would call a slow burn by any means. This is the 4th game we've played in this story. We've been through the mansion, we've traversed through the RPD building, our happy asses have been running around the very streets of Raccoon City looking for health items and ammo and keys to open all these locked doors. We're in the groove now. Big things are happening all the time. Claire saves Steve's dumbass from certain death. Steve bails Claire out when she's cornered by this fucking ugly thing, which we'll talk about later. And Steve's backstory is revealed in a hail of gunfire. This is no ordinary zombie he's struggling with putting down. It was his father. Steve was locked up on this island along with his dad when Umbrella found out that old Mr. Burnside, one of their faithful employees, had been selling company secrets on the down low. Steve's mom? Killed by Umbrella. Steve's a young guy. He's already had a hell of a rough go of it, even before everyone around him started turning into monsters. Poor bastard.
Father!
But hey, remember how I said big things are happening all the time?
You must be the lovely Claire Redfield.
Who are you?
Let's just say that I'm a ghost, coming back to haunt your dear brother.
Wesker?
What the fuck is he doing here?
I was the one who attacked this island.
Okay, well, that explains that. But I thought he was killed in the first game when the tyrant impaled him through the chest.
I despise Chris.
What are you gonna do to him?
Jesus Christ, he's a lot stronger than before, isn't he? And what's with his eyes? What the fuck was that? Something tells me we're going to be talking a lot more about Mr. Wesker later. This is our first run-in with Alexia Ashford, and she does not sound like a very nice lady.
The revival of the Ashford family depends on your success, brother.
I am aware of that, Alexia. I will revive the family name myself and make you the master of the glorious Ashford family.
Do not worry, brother. I will handle them both myself.
After going through some classic cryptic Resident Evil bullshit and solving 14 puzzles by studying this footage of the Ashford siblings doing weird shit with each other, we gain access to a top secret area in the Ashford Palace and are confronted by Alexia herself. This is not a good spot to be in. Thank God Steve Burnside is here to make the save. This is where the shit gets really weird. When our duo gives chase to the fleeing Alexia, they find blood spatter, her dress, and a wig? Oh fuck! Alfred was hiding in the top of the bed. Or is that... Wait a minute.
What? No!
Wait a second. What just happened?
Alfred and Alexia have been the same person the entire time. He's been changing costumes and talking to himself throughout the course of the story. This might be a little confusing, so let me clarify. We know that Alexia exists. We've seen footage of the two of them together. We read the newspaper clipping of how Alexia was given a major role in Umbrella's hierarchy at just 10 years old, so it's not like there is no Alexia. We just don't know where she is or what's happened to her at this point. What we do know is that Alfred's brain is macaroni and fucking cheese. He's not dressing like Alexia and doing her voice to confuse Claire and Steve. This is just what he does. He has completely lost his mind and is convinced that he and Alexia hang out and have these fiendish conversations. The guy is fucking Looney Tunes. Unfortunately for Claire and Steve, he's a very dangerous brand of Looney Tunes with, you guessed it,
The self-destruct system has
That
been
freak! He's trying to blow us up along with the entire facility!
the two most commonly used obstacles in Resident Evil history, a self-destruct sequence and a goddamn tyrant. I swear, these things are never gonna stop, are they? Lucky for us, our tag team are able to commandeer a cargo plane and escape to safety before anything goes wrong.
I'm just playing, you know that's not true.
The tyrant is on the goddamn plane and we've gotta fight him. For my money, this is the most frustrating boss battle in the series up to this point. He can take you out with just a few hits, and whatever you do, don't go towards the back of the plane. Trust me. After the tyrant is forcibly ejected from the back of the cargo plane, hopefully to drown in the depths of the Atlantic Ocean forevermore, Alfred's creepy-ass face appears on the plane's monitor like a supervillain, and he lets us know that this plane is not under our control. We are gonna wind up wherever he wants us to. Fantastic. As if these two haven't been through enough already. Now they've got to go on vacation with Boy George's murderous cousin. I do want to say though, there's a moment where Steve and Claire pass out during this plane ride. Steve wakes up and thinks, man, now is the time for me to make my move. He leans in to plant a kiss on Claire and wouldn't you know it, she wakes up before he can. And good God, I'm glad she did. Younger people watching this, if you're thinking, hey, that's a good move, the next time I like somebody, I'm gonna hit him with the surprise sleep kiss. Don't. It's not a good move. You don't kiss somebody who's unconscious. Ever. We don't condone any Bill Cosby bullshit around here. If you want to steal the jackass bit of antiquing your friends when they're out cold, or maybe dipping somebody's fingers in warm water to see if they piss their pants, that's all in good fun. And I know what Capcom's intentions were. They weren't trying to make Steve a creep. They were trying to make him sweet and romantic, but that ain't the fucking move. The plane crash lands in fucking Antarctica, and you might be thinking, well, that's great. That's far away from the madness of the Umbrella facility in Paris, right? Not so much. Alfred didn't send us here because he's trying to sell us on a timeshare. This place is crawling with the undead, and the secrets hidden just below the surface here are bone-chilling. We learn through the worker's diary that there's an urban legend around here that the wailing moans of a man locked beneath the base have been heard every night for the last 10 years. The story is so widely spread that the employees have nicknamed the character Nosferatu. Yeah, like the old vampire. It gets worse when we find the butler's letter, who had left this note behind for Alfred just before he departed the island. He details how sorry he is for Alfred and Alexia's dad's disappearance 15 years ago. He mentions the accident that killed Alexia, and holy fuck, this is a lot of information hitting us all at once. And on top of all this, what is that sound? So the stories of the wailing man below the base are true, but who the fuck is this guy and who chained him up down there for over a decade? And Alexia, she's dead? Code Veronica has, without a shadow of a doubt, the most complex and compelling story in the Resident Evil universe to date, but we're still not done. Just when it looks like Claire and Steve are making some progress toward getting out of here, Alexia shows up. Alfred shows up. His mind is fucking cracked. He's dressed like Alfred, but he's speaking like Alexia. I don't know. The final thread of sanity he had left has obviously snapped, and he's full on gone. But it's alright, because Steve pumps him full of lead and he falls into a goddamn pit. In any other story, this would be a good thing. But in Resident Evil? Oh man. The monster has awoken and must be put down using Alfred's own sniper rifle to damage its exposed heart.
I've got you now.
What the fuck was this thing? As Claire and Steve escape, the somehow still alive Alfred is on a mission. He's clearly bleeding out and doesn't have much time left, so where is he going?
Alexia!
Something bursts from the top of the base, and with lightning speed, puts a stop to Claire and Steve's departure. Alexia is alive. The story of Resident Evil Code Veronica is just on another level, man. The Ashford bloodline, the mysterious man stuffed away below the Antarctic base, the unstable villain who misses his sister so badly that his brain splits in two and he becomes her in her absence. This is just something else. Now, remind me, why did Claire set out on this mission in the first place? To look for her brother, right? Early on in the game, she was able to contact Leon and report her whereabouts, which is exactly how Chris was able to pinpoint her location. You're goddamn right. This is a two-part story. The first half stars Claire, and the second half is a rescue mission where we take control of the star of the original Resident Evil, Mr. Chris Redfield. Immediately upon arrival, Chris meets the man who aided Claire's escape, and then the guy is fucking swallowed by a giant worm. Man, this dude has the worst luck in history, doesn't he? What's cool here is that unlike Resident Evil 2, where Claire and Leon both kind of do the same thing across their A and B scenarios, Chris isn't retracing Claire's steps. All of Chris's puzzles are brand new. All of the things we noticed earlier as Claire that felt like, why can't I interact with that, were positioned as such because they were meant for Chris. We just didn't know it at the time. But forget all that because the hits keep on coming. As Chris is introduced to Alexia live via satellite, his old friend Wesker is monitoring him from afar, and he's brought some friends. Remember the hunters? Yeah, great. Thanks a lot, dickhead. Before long, Chris and Wesker come face to face, and this is not the fair fight it would have been back in 1996. Wesker reveals that his mission is to capture Alexia, as the new company he's working for has big plans for the Ashford heiress. This new group has Wesker juiced up and mutated beyond anyone's comprehension, and, that's not good for Chris. Fortunately, though, Alexia beams onto the nearby monitor, which distracts Wesker, who tosses Chris aside like a used tissue. He's off to find Alexia in the Antarctic, and now, so is Chris. Our dude hijacks a fighter jet and flies it to the exact location where Claire is in trouble, which is funny. I don't remember Chris getting those exact coordinates anywhere. And how the hell does he know how to operate a fighter jet? Do they teach this in the police academy? I doubt it. They don't even teach cops how to... Never mind. A rather interesting diary is found in the Antarctic base once Chris lands. It was written by Alfred, and boy oh boy does it explain a lot about the weirdness going on with this Ashford family. Years ago, Alfred found a secret, locked door in the facility, and like the weasel he is, he found his way inside. Though in hindsight, he probably wishes he hadn't. The information Alfred would discover in that room would change the course of history. To make a very long story as short as possible, Alfred learned inside that secret room that he and Alexia were no ordinary children. Their father, Alexander Ashford, kind of botched the seemingly untouchable legacy that the Ashford family once carried. He wasn't quite up to par with his ancestors when it came to their godlike intelligence. Rather than carry on the family name as an entrepreneur, Alexander found himself working his days as a mid-level researcher for Umbrella. The Ashford dynasty, one of the last true noble families, had been subjected to this? He knew he needed a change, and so he concocted a plan. He mixed his own DNA with a dangerous compound he'd created, and added a pinch of DNA from Veronica Ashford, the first countess of the family, a super genius the likes of which the world has never known since. The process resulted in, that's right, the petri dish births of both Alfred and Alexia, who are not biological children of Alexander's, but instead clones of their great-great-great-grandmother. Alexia was born with Veronica's level of intelligence, and Alfred was not. Alexia's destiny was set in stone. She would not only pick up the T-virus research, but perfect it in the name of the Ashford family, restoring the bloodline's former glory. The children hated their father immediately upon discovering his lies, and decided that as punishment, they would use him as a human subject in their viral testing. The experiment was a failure, and Alexander's mind and body were ravaged as a result. Rather than put their father out of his misery, the two decided to chain him up below the base to make him pay for what he did for as long as he'd last. That is a lot to take in. Alfred and Alexia are clones. Their father, Alexander, who was also a madman, was the Nosferatu monster we encountered earlier. But most dangerous of all is the newly woken Alexia. This is deep shit, DanDans, and it only gets deeper. One of the craziest parts of the entire game occurs when Chris infiltrates Alfred's secret mansion lair below the Antarctic base, only to find a room that is nearly a complete replica of the mansion from the original game. This is sure to blow the mind of anyone who has been a fan since day one, I assure you. But this isn't a one-to-one copy of the entire building. No, this place is a high-tech laboratory hidden away from prying eyes, and for good reason. This is where Alexia's research took place on what she called the T. Veronica virus. Are you ready for another long story short? Long ago, an ancient virus was discovered in the genome of a queen ant. Alexia began studying the insects in their hierarchy, and disturbingly enough, what she saw reminded her of herself. A queen amongst an unintelligent mass of workers and drones. Alexia took this ancient queen ant virus, combined it with the T virus that she'd studied her whole life, and used it on herself. The reason that the test on her father failed was because it deteriorated his cells at a rapid pace, much more rapid than his body could keep up with. The chamber that Alexia was locked away in kept her cryogenically frozen for more than a decade, and the sub-zero temperatures allowed her body to adapt to the T. Veronica virus without damaging her cells. Now that she's awake and has total control of the virus, we're pretty much fucked. Alexia's diaries insinuate that she can communicate with and control the world around her in a way that doesn't make sense to any of us, but hey, we're not super geniuses. The point is this: she wants to take over the world and reshape it into her perfect ant-like ecosystem where she would reign as queen. And who the hell is gonna stop her? Well, Chris would like to, but Alexia is using a little bit of that power she's perfected to call forth a gigantic spider from the ocean? I don't even know what's going on at this point. This shit is insane. After disposing of this eldritch fucking nightmare, he stumbles upon, good lord is this strange. It's such a mindfuck seeing this again. But wouldn't you know it, we have found Claire. The Redfield siblings are reunited, but we can't go anywhere without our man Steve. This entire mansion seems to be alive, bursting at the seams under Alexia's control. When Claire finds Steve, it's too late. Alexia has done something awful to him, causing him to mutate in a murderous rage.
Claire! Can't breathe! Claire! Help me! Claire!
Just when it seems like Claire has made a clean escape, Alexia strikes, trapping Claire, presenting her up to the monster that was Steve Burnside to deliver the fatal blow. As his body withers, Steve apologizes to Claire for not being able to keep his promise to protect her. He dies knowing that people are good. They are dependable after all, as Chris did indeed keep his word that he would rescue her. His final words are an admission of his love for Claire, who stays with him as he crosses over. Chris, meanwhile, triggers the self-destruct system.
Of course there's a self-destruct system.
And the two are reunited. There's only one issue with their escape plan. Alexia is standing in their way. And oh my god, is she something else. Her skin crawls, she can summon flames, and what the fuck is going on now? And this isn't even her final form. After dispatching the Queen Ant looking thing, she separates from the egg sac and starts flying around the platform. It's at this point that the linear launcher comes into play, a weapon that was built by Alexia's father, Alexander, with this exact purpose in mind. If Alexia were to ever become too powerful, this weapon would dispose of her completely. But even now, it's not over. Wesker has stolen the corpse of Steve Burnside for his company to study on, and, well, he still wants to kill Chris. It's not gonna happen today, though, as this place is about to blow. Every single shred of Alexia's research, her entire colony of soldiers, is wiped out in an instant as the Redfields escape to safety. And that, my friends, is the story of Resident Evil Code Veronica. Full disclosure, I had no idea it was going to take this long to get that story across, but anything less would not have been doing the game justice. Code Veronica's story, like I said earlier, is the most deep, the most complex, but the most compelling story told thus far in the series. When Capcom told Shinji Mikami that this game needed to usher Resident Evil into the future, Mikami made sure that his team followed through on that promise. But there's a lot more to talk about than just the story, DanDans. For instance, when my brother and I, along with our buddy Tim, were kids, the story wasn't really what stood out to us as much as the imagery. We'd gotten so used to mansions and police stations that a European Gothic aesthetic was brand new territory for us. It opened our imaginations for what Resident Evil could be in the future. The battle mode, which is unlocked after completing the story, is an amazingly fun time. And how about these new monsters? What the hell is the debuting Bandersnatch, really? These guys are, basically, lower level versions of a tyrant. The idea to mass produce these monsters was cancelled when Umbrella was not happy with how they'd turned out. Their hulking upper bodies made it extremely difficult for these guys to even walk, and well, they don't even have a left arm. There's a reason the Bandersnatch never returned in later games. It's because Umbrella pulled the plug. Code Veronica also introduces the Albinoid, which is a salamander that has been injected with the T-virus. The Sweeper is a bigger, badder species of hunter, and these guys have the ability to poison you, which is just fantastic. As kids, having this brand new closet full of monsters was amazing for us. We'd imagine that all of these new creatures had been added to our backyard Resident Evil rosters while we ran around shooting at the air, pretending we were constantly being cornered by an endless wave of enemies. Every time I write one of these scripts, I think about those days, and I will never stop missing them. I mentioned earlier that our minds were blown when we saw the recreated version of the original game's mansion late in the story, and I wasn't kidding. There's just something powerful about the settings in Resident Evil. Anytime we see a large house, we think of that original mansion. Anytime we see life pods and high-tech equipment, our brains beam us back to that original laboratory. The developers know exactly what they're doing by constantly showing us these things, too, and they're doing it on purpose. A monster emerging from a tube, a self-destruct sequence, they're preying on our nostalgia. You know how in seemingly all of the Castlevania games they play updated versions of the iconic music from the original trilogy? It's like that. Capcom knows how to pluck those strings for us, and they play us like a fiddle every time. It goes without saying that Code Veronica was by far the best game in the series up to this point. The level of complexity in the telling of the story, the brand new locations and twists and turns, the new graphics system, it was truly a titanic step into the future. Critics were astonished with the final product, as were fans of the series. Well, I mean, the ones who owned Sega Dreamcasts were. Here's the unfortunate reality. The Dreamcast didn't do the business that Sega hoped it would. The console that hit the United States in September of 1999 was already discontinued before we were halfway through 2001. Whereas the original Resident Evil sold over 1 million units in its first year, and its sequel sold 2 million units in its first week, Code Veronica moved just 450,000 copies in its entire life on Sega's final console. Capcom tried to look at it realistically, noting that this number was actually impressive for a Dreamcast game, but those are not really the words you want to hear about your golden franchise, your baby, the hottest ticket in your catalog. This is why just over a year after its big exclusive release on Sega hardware, Code Veronica was ported to the PlayStation 2 and eventually the GameCube as Code Veronica X. This updated version included several new cutscenes, some of which I covered in the telling of this game's story because it's a more complete version of the events at hand. Special edition PlayStation 2 copies even came with a DVD called Wesker's Report, which fleshes out the villain's deeper motivations. Resident Evil Code Veronica was a ballsy attempt at reaching a new audience with its Sega exclusivity. The storylines of the previous 3 entries pale in comparison to this one, with its myriad villains and perfectly executed swerves and reveals. But even though everything is left in perfect position for a multitude of mainline sequels and side story continuations to carry the name of Resident Evil further into the future, fans of the series wouldn't see a true, canonical, mainline continuation of the series for 5 years after the release of Code Veronica. But just because a true sequel was way off in the distance does not mean another prequel wasn't going to show up along the way. There are a number of Resident Evil games we already have and will continue to jump over in order to tell the story I want to tell in the order I want to tell it, but don't worry, part 4 of this series will indeed head backwards to cover those spin-off games in great detail. But for now, we're sticking to the canon. Do you remember what we talked about in part 2 of this series regarding how many Resident Evil projects were in development all at the same time back in 1998? I'll refresh your memory. The first was eventually released as Resident Evil VIII Nemesis on the PlayStation. The second was Code Veronica, which we just spent 35 minutes on, so I hope you've had your fill. The third was an unfinished script that, storyline-wise, was a prequel to the first entry in the series, targeted to release on the Nintendo 64. The Capcom faithful wanted to take advantage of the N64's nearly non-existent load times. They wanted to create the hardest Resident Evil game yet, and they wanted to— yeah, it didn't happen on N64. The Nintendo 64 is awesome, don't get me wrong, but when I was a kid, I always felt like PlayStation was the place to be. I don't say that to bury classics like Super Smash Bros., Banjo-Kazooie, or Ocarina of Time. I was just more impressed by the PlayStation. The full motion videos, the complete soundtracks. I'm looking at you, Tony Hawk. I just felt at home with the PlayStation. And maybe Capcom did too, as the entire original RE trilogy all called the PS1 home before any other console. In what is 100% a reliable pattern by now, the development of Resident Evil VIII ran into hang-up after hang-up on Nintendo's 64-bit machine. I mean, this game was originally conceptualized as an N64 disk drive title, and when that thing turned out to suck, only then was the tried and true cartridge eyed as the medium of choice. Look, let's not beat around the bush. It didn't work. What the team wanted Resident Evil VIII to be was not going to be possible on a cartridge with 1/10 the storage capacity of Sega's GD-ROM format, which the guys across the hall were having a blast developing Code Veronica on. What sucks is that Zero was already at an estimated 20% complete when this revelation was made. That's a lot of time and money down the drain, DanDans. And I know what you might be thinking. Couldn't Capcom have slapped RE0 on 2 cartridges? Well, no. It would have cost an ass load of money to do that, the technology wasn't really there, and— I mean, can you think of a single N64 game that's spread across 2 carts? No, you can't. With the Nintendo 64 out the window, Capcom set their sights on Nintendo's next home console. In September of 2000, it was made official. Development on Resident Evil VIII would be completely restarted, targeting a future release on the Nintendo GameCube. Nintendo's brand new console offered Capcom everything they wanted out of the N64, and then some. And now, they didn't have to worry about jamming everything into a cartridge, as the GameCube marked the first time Nintendo had truly jumped headfirst into the world of disc-based games. Of course, they had to be their snooty Nintendo selves about it and make their own fucking weird mini-disc, as opposed to embracing the standard format, but whatever, that's not our concern. The bottom line is this: Resident Evil VIII was on its way, and holy shit was it coming together well. Before Zero was even released though, RE fans knew what the team was capable of on this new hardware. Our recovery from having our minds blown at the hands of the Resident Evil remake in March of 2002 had just begun when Zero made its way to the market, and many fans began to wonder, was this too much Resident Evil? I'm just kidding, nobody was thinking that.
Gotcha, scared you. Scared you.
If it were possible to boil Resident Evil down to a liquid, we would have stuffed that shit in an IV bag and mainlined it into our veins. There is such a thing as franchise fatigue, don't get me wrong, but my friends and I were certainly not experiencing it on the Resident Evil front. Let's hit the basics right off the bat. RE0 was written primarily by Noboru Shigemura, the ace who brought us both Resident Evil 2 and Code Veronica. Visually, the game is stunning. The soundtrack is another home run, with the suspenseful and mysterious tones often giving way to worrisome silence. There are times where the torrential downpours from outside drown out the footsteps of enemies in the distance. Presentation has always acted as an incredibly strong foundation for the series, and this installment upholds that reputation. But before we dig super deep into the gameplay itself, which is rife with new mechanics, let's get acquainted with the game's plot. As we've already established, Resident Evil VIII is a prequel to the original game, which has us traveling back to the summer of 1998 on the timeline. The first game had us following STAR's Alpha team, who had gone into the woods on the outskirts of Raccoon City in search of STAR's Bravo team, who ceased communications shortly after suffering an engine malfunction in their chopper. Have you ever wondered what exactly happened to STAR's Bravo team? I mean, we assume they got nailed by the infected dogs and zombies, but do we know that for sure? Guess what, DanDans? You have just stumbled upon the plot of Resident Evil VIII. We're finally going to get a look at the events surrounding the collapse of Bravo Team, mainly through the eyes of Rebecca Chambers, who we know is not only the lone surviving Bravo Team alumni, but a cast member of the original game. It's really cool to finally see these actions play out, as, up until now, we've never really had any context for it. Here's the deal. Turns out there's a big-ass train we've never heard of before that travels through this forest in the Arklay Mountains. The train is attacked by these fucked up leeches, which kill everyone inside, while a very ridiculous-looking man sings opera in the rain on top of a mountain. I am not kidding. You guys can hate me if you want, but in my opinion, Resident Evil 0 is... it's a bit much. I mean, there are gaping holes in the story. How did we never hear about this train rushing through the raccoon forest, being attacked by an army of leeches that are led by an opera-singing villain? Every single little detail of anything that has ever occurred in this universe has been written down and irresponsibly left somewhere for us to stumble upon. Rebecca Chambers obviously survives this game because she's in Resident Evil 1. So how the fuck did she never mention to Chris, hey, this mansion's fucked up, but you don't want to know what I dealt with out there? Prequels are a slippery slope for things working and not working, and as the player, you really gotta put your blinders on for this one. And I've only told you about half of the opening cutscene. Bravo Team, fresh off their chopper going down due to engine troubles, happen upon an overturned military jeep. The soldiers who were on board, dead. Rebecca finds the files pertaining to their mission, which reveals that they were transporting Billy Cohen, a former Marine sentenced to death for the murder of 23 people. Why these guys are taking a route that has them driving through a forest without roads rather than traveling on the highway, we'll never know. Either way, Rebecca winds up on the leech train where she discovers not only that its passengers are all zombies, not only that these passengers were all Umbrella employees on their way to the mansion to take stock of what's happened there, but she also runs into old Killy Billy. He basically tells her, hey, I'm leaving. And despite the fact that he's a wanted murderer and she's a law enforcement officer, she does absolutely nothing to try and stop him. Just then, Bravo Team member Edward bursts through the window, torn to hell. He warns Rebecca of the dangers in the woods, as if she already hasn't seen zombies on this fucking train. Rebecca and Billy decide that if they're going to get out of this situation alive, they're going to have to work together. And boom! Billy is now our second playable character. And you might be wondering, how the hell does that work? It's not an A and B scenario. It's not two halves of a story played out in succession. This is a brand new world. For the first time ever, we've got a partner with us throughout the adventure. At the tap of a button, we can partner zap, which puts us in the shoes of either Rebecca or Billy. We can let the AI control the unused character to follow us wherever we go. We can issue commands to stay put. We can tell them to either attack on sight or fall back to conserve ammunition. It's a very ambitious concept. And on paper, it works. The AI doesn't disobey. So whatever you tell them to do, they're gonna do it. And that's very important, because there are puzzles that need to be solved by having Rebecca over here and Billy over there, or vice versa. We can even trade items between the two. Again, on paper, it's really cool. In practice, though, I've always kind of felt like it's a pain in the ass. Having to open a menu every time I want my partner to attack or fall back dampens the action and begins to feel tedious. Some of these puzzles that require both characters to be in a specific location at a specific time are not exactly glaringly obvious, and on more than one occasion had me going, what the fuck am I supposed to do? But hey, that's just me, and it is worth noting that I'm not a big fan of multiplayer games in general. If I'm looking forward to a game and then the word squad-based pop up, I'm usually out right then and there. I know that's a me thing, that's a problem that only I deal with probably. I'm in the minority. That's fine. And I just want to state for the record right now that RE0 is a good game. I'm going to critique it, I'm going to point out things about it that do bother me, but it's not a bad game, so don't take what I'm saying too harshly. Now let's talk a little bit more about this story. Who the hell is this old man made of leeches? And why did Opera Man create him to attack Rebecca? I guess time will tell. When the train starts moving, seemingly by itself, Billy and Rebecca are like, fuck, this is not good. While they're scrambling to shut this thing down, we get a look at a couple Umbrella agents that have somehow boarded this speeding locomotive. They're in contact with and taking orders from none other than Albert Wesker and William Birkin. Holy shit. And what is the ultimate prequel move when William questions how the lab outbreak occurred and how it somehow also happened on a train 3 miles away? Wesker says,
"That's irrelevant.
We must make sure no knowledge of this gets out.
It's like, hey, if you, the player, are scratching your head trying to make sense of this, just don't. Wesker and William are gonna have the fucking train blown up anyway, so there you go. No one's ever gonna know about it, problem solved. It's amazing. The leeches take out the Umbrella Boys, Billy and Rebecca trigger the emergency brake, and they do it in the best, most Resident Evil way ever. An emergency brake is something that needs to be extremely accessible, right? In your car, it's right at your fingertips at all times, because you have to be able to pull it in a flash. But on this gigantic commercial train, not so much. Stopping this goddamn locomotive literally requires 3 different mathematical equations to be solved in succession, one without the aid of a screen that keeps track of your progress. This is preposterous on many levels, but this is a game world full of zombies. Realism isn't exactly key to the recipe. The emergency brake only does so much, and this sumbitch winds up crashing harder than Jeff Hardy on a Sunday night in Florida. Luckily, Billy and Rebecca survive, and after making their way through the sewer system, find themselves in, yes sir, another mansion! It's crazy how many similar mansions there are in such a small area here in Raccoon City. But holy jeez, look who's front and center here in the entrance. That's old Leech Man. Wesker and William have cameras in this mansion, apparently, and are annoyed at the arrival of Billy and Rebecca. Before long, Opera Man hacks into the monitors and reveals a shocking revelation.
It was I who scattered the T-virus in the mansion. Needless to say, I contaminated the train, too.
What? We don't have time to wonder how no one, including Wesker, has ever mentioned anything about this despite knowing since Resident Evil 1 happened, because Opera Man uses his leeches to create Dr. James Marcus once more. He accuses William and Wesker in aiding Umbrella in the murder of James Marcus. Whoever the hell that is, because we've never heard of him in the entire lore of Resident Evil. We still don't even know who Opera Man is, for that matter. Let's take a break from the story for a second to talk about one of the main goals Capcom had heading into development on RE0. They wanted to make it the hardest Resident Evil game yet, as if these games weren't already difficult to begin with. A tried and true Resident Evil mechanic, as we all know by now, is the item box. When your inventory gets full, you drop stuff into the box to fill some space. It's convenient. In Resident Evil 0, the team decided, fuck that! Item boxes are gone. So what the hell do you do when your inventory's full now? Well, you drop your shit on the ground. Doesn't matter where you are. You can drop your shotgun on one side of the mansion and your ammo on the other side, with an important key right in the middle. But how the hell do you keep track of where all your stuff is? Well, the map will help, but still, if you need to pick your shit back up, you can't do it by simply visiting one room. You might have to carry your ass across the entire game. This doesn't really make the game more difficult, it just makes it more of a pain in the ass. Code Veronica made the gaming experience more enjoyable with the introduction of the, hey, your inventory's full, do you want to just use this herb now? RE0 introduces the exact opposite. Not to mention that you can't stand in one spot and drop all the stuff you need to drop. You need to drop one thing, then exit the menu, move a foot or two, enter the menu again, and drop the next item. If you don't move, the game will tell you that you can't drop this item here. Are you fucking kidding me? We learned through a Dr. James Marcus diary that what we know as the T-virus is the product of Marcus's progenitor virus being mixed with the DNA of leeches. Marcus's goal has been to increase his stock in the field so that Oswald Spencer, his co-worker and rival in the business, can't overtake him and become the full-on leader of the industry. This poorly written diary goes on to explain that he thinks that there are people who are against him and that he will use them as human experiments. He says there are workers tampering with his research and breaking in at night. He doesn't trust anyone but William and Wesker,
along with his leeches.
Yada yada. Zero, unfortunately, doesn't come close to telling a story as well as the previous 4 entries in the series. What would have been several documents and 2 cutscenes hinting at what's going on spread across the game in a previous entry, Zero packs all of this information, clear as day, into one diary entry. It's a bit heavy-handed, to say the least. And there's more that doesn't exactly add up. This room here contains several torture devices and instruments of death. This note on the floor, what does it say? Is it a diary of a madman who inhabited this room and experimented on unwilling participants? Is it the admissions of guilt of a prisoner trapped in this mansion? No. It's a note that says, hey, the power's still out, you gotta jiggle the thing on the generator. Really? So this is another instance where you've got to have Rebecca stay here and send Billy across the game to do the other half of the deal in order to move forward. Opera Man is pissed that his new stopping grounds have been invaded by our protagonists, so he does what anyone would do. He releases a virus-infected monkey to fuck our shit up. And now might be a good time to talk about some of the enemies in this game. When you heard virus-infected monkey, you either rolled your eyes, or you thought it was awesome. I tend to fall on the awesome side, and that's because there's a storyline reason for why it exists. Zero doesn't do a great job of explaining this at all, but if you dig into the lore elsewhere, you'll discover that James Marcus's viral research wasn't always based on humans. His original plan was to use unexpected hosts as his biological weapons. That's why the majority of our enemies here are just juiced up animals rather than originally designed monsters. The scorpion we battle on the train was a project that Marcus codenamed Stinger. The centipede in the bowels of the mansion was codenamed Centurion. The infected primates are called Eliminators. Later on in the game you meet the Lurker, aka an infected frog. There's a giant goddamn bat we're gonna go toe to toe with. It's actually pretty cool when you think about it. It makes sense that a scientist would be testing on animals, right? I mean, it's fucked up and it makes me sad, but you know what I mean. Unfortunately, this cool piece of lore is about to give way to some of the most ham-fisted, sloppy, let's tie this together prequel-itis you will ever see. I'm literally going to play the whole cutscene for you right here.
So, the time has come at last.
What are you going to do?
I will simply say goodbye to Umbrella. The biological weapon utilizing the T-virus has almost been completed. Our only remaining task is to acquire combat data.
You can't be serious. I refuse to abandon my work. I have finished the research on the T-virus, but I need a little more time to complete the more powerful G-virus.
Do as you wish. I will follow my initial plan and lure the STARS members into the mansion. Their superior combat training should make them perfect test subjects.
Fine. In the meantime, something must be done about that madman. As I recall, URC is equipped with a self-destruct device in the basement. I'll find it, set it off, and annihilate the place to nothing more than a mass of rubble.
Could that have been any more on the nose? Come on, man. Upon meeting back up, Rebecca is still in touch with Bravo Team's Enrico, and we're finally getting some backstory as to what the deal really is with Billy and those alleged murders.
Our unit was ordered to Africa to intervene in a civil war. Our mission was to raid a hideout of some guerrilla forces located deep inside the jungle. But the hideout was far away from our entry point. Some died from the heat. Others were killed by the enemy. In the end, only 4 of us survived. Only, there was no guerrilla hideout.
What do you mean?
The idiots in charge had us operating based on wrong information. But we couldn't just go back home empty-handed, oh no. Our leader ordered us to attack an innocent village.
Billy refused to kill the innocent villagers, and one thing led to another. One of the scariest monsters in the game, in my opinion, are the leech recreations of Dr. James Marcus that are sporadically encountered in the mansion. They move weird, they're oblong, and I don't like them.
Very scary, stop it, fuck you!
I'm serious, I hate these things. They remind me of when Judge Doom came back to life in Roger Rabbit, which is literally the scariest thing I ever fucking experienced across my entire childhood.
Stop it. Get some help.
Rebecca and Billy find a cable car that will get them to safety. Perfect time for an Eliminator to cross-body block Billy over a balcony ledge, right? Rebecca operates the car herself, determined to find Billy, and what the hell is displayed on this monitor? You have got to be kidding me. Traveling even further down below the surface, Rebecca runs into Bravo Team's Enrico, who... Hold on, how the fuck did he get down here? He wasn't on the train, Never mind. What really gets me is that Rebecca tells Enrico she's gonna go find Billy, and Enrico's like, okay, small woman, you can go ahead on your own and find that guy that murdered 23 people in this underground facility overflowing with monsters. Just be careful. I'm sure she'll be fine, Enrico. You make sure you take care of yourself too, alright?
Start by Umbrella.
Whoops. What happens next is very, very strange. Rebecca's walking along when all of a sudden a fucking tyrant walks into frame like, hey you little shit, what are you doing here? Rebecca is frozen with fear, and in this moment, it's on. Rebecca versus a tyrant, one-on-one. This shit escalated quickly. This is obviously not the tyrant from the first game, as that one was still sealed up upon discovery. You might even notice how jittery and unstable this one's movements are, or that his spinal cord is jutting out the skin on his back. This tyrant, DanDans, is the proto-tyrant, T-001. This was the first ever attempt at creating one of these sons of bitches. We've seen how these monsters have evolved from Resident Evil 1 all the way up to Code Veronica. They've been improved upon with each iteration. This guy, he's like a wild animal. He was discarded by Umbrella due to his several detrimental mutations and was meant to be destroyed, but the destruction never occurred. At first it's jarring when he strolls up to Rebecca. I was originally thinking, man, they botched this. The ground should have been shaking. We should have heard his growling off in the distance. We should have built to his appearance. But knowing why he's actually here, I love that he just walks up on her without warning. This is a tyrant, for God's sake, and he's just been roaming the halls of this underground corridor for who knows how long, which is fucking horrifying. Resident Evil 0, you nailed this one. Rebecca's able to drop the tyrant long enough to make her escape. Opera Man is still watching from afar and talking about his revenge like a 1940s comic book villain, and Billy is washed away into the depths of the sewer system. When Rebecca and Billy are eventually reunited, they realize that the pipe Billy was washed down had been used as a graveyard for Dr. Marcus's test subjects for decades. Another tyrant fight goes down, but our tag team survives, only to then run into Opera Man, who, if you haven't put it together by now...
Who are you? Dr. Marcus?
No, you can't be. What's going on?
10 years ago, Spencer had me assassinated.
The hit squad was led by the only two men Marcus trusted and confided in, Albert Wesker and William Birkin. Marcus's body was discarded down his very own graveyard sewer lines, where his prized Queen Leech inhabited his body, binding their two lines of DNA together, and over the course of many years, reanimated his corpse. Marcus revels in some terrible, awful voice acting.
Now I will have my revenge on Umbrella, and the world will burn in an inferno of hate.
You'll pay for what you've done.
We'll see which one of us is gonna die.
Before the Queen Leech takes control, revealing her true form. The Queen is eventually downed, and during the duo's escape...
The self-destruct system has been activated.
Of course. Of course, of course. There's gotta be a boss fight to make this worse, right? Yep, there she is. The final battle is a hell of an ordeal, and Billy and Rebecca pull out the victory when they realize that the leeches cannot survive sunlight for some reason. The big finale takes place in a fucking awesome cutscene. Atop one of the highest peaks in all the Arclays, Rebecca spots the mansion. Yes, the mansion. and officially declares Lieutenant Billy Cohen as dead, allowing him a second chance at life, free from the false accusations that plagued him throughout the story. In the end, the two go their separate ways. Billy Cohen's whereabouts are unknown to this day. That's the story of Resident Evil VIII, DanDans. It's not perfect. Some things don't work as well as they should. Some of the storytelling is eye-rolling, to say the least. But all in all, it's gorgeous, it's still scary, it's fun to traverse these levels, and it's a game I would recommend to fans of the series. Even the mechanics that don't operate as smoothly as I would like them to still get points for being unique. And that has to count for something, right? One thing that has always tripped me up about RE0 is the way its main characters have been handled since the game's launch. Billy has never, not even once, been brought back into the fold. You can point to Umbrella Chronicles if you want to, but that game is simply a retelling of stories from the past, meaning you're still playing the events of RE0, just with a different coat of paint, so it doesn't count. And Rebecca Chambers? She's gone, man. You can see her in a photo on Wesker's desk in Resident Evil 2. She was added as an extra playable character in a side mode in Resident Evil V Gold Edition, and she's popped up in side roles in a few other projects, but she's never really had the spotlight in a meaningful way in any of the games released after Resident Evil 0. It might have something to do with the fact that the director of the original Resident Evil, Shinji Mikami, doesn't like the character. In 2014, he stated, "If I had to name the woman character I most disliked in my games, it would be Rebecca Chambers. She's submissive, she's not independent. I didn't want to include her, but the staff wanted that kind of character in the game, for whatever reason. I'm sure it made sense to them." Mikami created Jill Valentine, the badass, take-no-shit star of the first and third games in the series. He wanted his heroines to be strong, to be leaders. Rebecca was not what he had in mind, to say the least. With the changes that Zero brings to the franchise, coupled with the fact that it was exclusive to the Nintendo GameCube, I don't think anyone would be shocked if it didn't perform particularly well. But luckily, those worries were never met. Resident Evil 0 sold over 1 million copies on the GameCube, and scored very high marks on the review brackets. 6 years after its initial release, the game was ported to the Nintendo Wii with an updated control scheme, and in 2016 was fully remastered for the PlayStation 4 and Xbox One. It's also worth noting that although the original incarnation of Resident Evil 0 on the Nintendo 64 was cancelled and locked away for nearly 20 years, Capcom opened the vaults in 2015, showing the world for the first time the roots of this installment of Evil. I honestly think the uncovered footage looks fucking awesome. It's a shame that technological hangups caused this game to be pushed off the N64. Could this release have been a game changer in that era of consoles? Unfortunately, the world will never know. That's gonna do it for the history of Resident Evil Part 3, The Root of All Evil. If you enjoyed this video, consider grabbing that new t-shirt from ProWrestlingTees.com/616entertainment. Maybe head over to Patreon.com/616entertainment. You might just get early access to the history of Resident Evil Part 4, The Spin-Off Virus, which is coming next month. Until then, I love you, and I will see you next time. We've spent the vast majority of this series celebrating Resident Evil for what it truly is, which is not only the most popular survival horror franchise of all time, but the greatest survival horror franchise of all time, in my opinion. And if there's one thing we know for sure, it's that anytime a property gains a ton of traction and prints money for the people in charge, you can bet your ass they're gonna slap that logo on as many products as possible. That's where the term spin-off comes into play. A spin-off is an extension of an already established entity. In the gaming category, you can point to titles like Mortal Kombat Shaolin Monks, Portal, or for a super modern example, Apex Legends. But for every Mario Party out there in the spin-off realm, there's something equally horrible to accompany it. And unfortunately, not even our beloved Resident Evil was immune to the spin-off virus. Hello DanDans, welcome to the history of Resident Evil Part 4, the spin-off virus. You know, with the genre-defining classics and blockbuster successes we've covered up to this point, it's hard to believe that Resident Evil could even be the home of such a colossal misfire, but it is what it is. We have 4 spin-off titles to dive into today, and I don't want to waste any time, so let's get right to it. The first game on the docket is called Resident Evil Survivor, DanDans. It's a pretty cool title, right? Like, Survivor? Survivor of what? Has this guy seen some crazy shit? Probably. Look at the fucker standing behind him, for Christ's sake. The game released in August of 2000 here in the US, and, I mean, let's not beat around the bush, it sucks. There's no real horror to speak of, outside of maybe the game's overall presentation.
You're not going to get away.
The graphics leave a ton to be desired, and you know what? Let's pump the brakes and talk about where this title even comes from before we go any further into how it feels. First of all, Survivor was not directed by Hideki Kamiya. It wasn't written by Nobuo Shigemura, and Shinji Mikami probably wouldn't even know what you were talking about if you brought this game up to him in person. In short, this wasn't a Capcom production. Sure, they published the game, but the creation of the product was outsourced to a developer called Toes, whose previous works had included the wrestling title Muscle on the NES, a shitload of 16-bit Dragon Ball Z games, and even the highly acclaimed Metal Gear Solid Ghost Battle on the Game Boy Color. Many casual fans of the series look at Resident Evil VII, Biohazard, as the introduction of the first-person perspective to the franchise. But those of us who have been down and dirty in the trenches from the very beginning know, Survivor staked that claim 17 years prior. When it comes to this game's story, there's an argument as to whether it does or does not belong in the overall Resident Evil canon. But that's an argument I have zero interest in taking part in, and I'll tell you why. You will never see any of these characters again. Nothing overly important happens in this story. So, include it, don't include it, it doesn't matter, I don't care. Being that this story is entirely inconsequential, we're not going to spend 20 minutes explaining all the ins and outs. There's really no point. Here are the cliff notes. Our main character has no memory and is led to believe his name is Vincent Goldman, who we learn works for Umbrella.
Goldman! Do you know what you're doing?
No, not that guy. Vincent was responsible for the T-virus outbreak on this island and is a bad person in general. Long story short, our guy isn't Vincent. His name is Ark Thompson, an acquaintance of Leon Kennedy who was sent here to investigate. I'm not kidding. An acquaintance. He's literally some dude Leon knew who he told, hey, go check that shit out. This is as slapped together as it gets, DanDans. Along the way, we meet these two little girls who serve no real purpose for anything. We fight the bad guys and escape to safety as the island's self-destruct sequence blows all the evidence to smithereens. Now that we've established that this game could literally not exist and you wouldn't even notice a change in Resident Evil's overall story, let's get back into how it feels to actually play this thing. If you're anything like me, the initial thought that pops into your head upon seeing gameplay is, wow, it's first person. If you're anything else like me, you're next going to wonder, hey, why can't I see my character's hands? Where's this gun I'm shooting? Why am I only seeing a reticle? What is this, Time Crisis? Shouldn't I be holding a light gun? And that, DanDans, is a great question. You see, in Japan, this game was called Resident Evil Gun Survivor, which is a little strange, but it's not any weirder than some of the other Japanese titles of popular American video games. You ever played Exciting Pro Wrestling 3? The Japanese version, and European version for that matter, were indeed compatible with a light gun, specifically the Namco Gun-Con. You know the drill, it's the same idea as Duck Hunt. When there's an enemy on screen, you point, shoot, and the world is yours. So why the hell is the American version of Survivor not compatible with the damn Gun-Con?
The investigation into the high school massacre is slow-moving and dangerous. The two gunmen who went on the rampage booby-trapped the building and even themselves.
Oh. Fuck. Listen, I don't fall into the camp that thinks that video games turn non-violent people into violent people. I don't believe that at all. But I definitely understand the business decision from Capcom to not encourage players to put a gun in their hands so close to such a horrible tragedy. Gun violence in America isn't really a topic I want to go deep into inside of a fun video game retrospective, so let's move on. Let me tell you something about playing a light gun game with a fucking D-pad, DanDans. It sucks. It's like going to a friend's house and they're like, here, you can use this controller. Lining up a shot is like throwing a punch underwater. Adding on to the list of oddities in this game, it's pop quiz time. How do you investigate an item or open a door in Resident Evil games?
Yeah, you walk up to something and you push the button and there you go. Everybody knows that.
Exactly. Only in this game, simply walking up to a door triggers the whole thing. And it's not just opening doors, but reading text or checking on an item. No less than 50 times throughout the game, you'll see something off in the distance, run over to it and press X to read the text. Only the text showed up before you even pressed X, and pressing X skipped the first line before you could even read it, causing you to have to start the whole process over again.
We get it. What does it say? So now, do we go through the gate? What? I'm still not used to the text just popping up.
I promise you, you'll never get used to it. Survivor features many of the enemies from the first two games, only there's no real rhyme or reason for them being where they are. You'll find liquors inside of a library. All the zombies look identical to those in Resident Evil 2 because they're reused assets. And honestly, none of them are all that interested in attacking you. Have you ever seen a licker this incompetent? I kind of feel bad for killing him. He might have just been really interested in my boots. Mr. X is here because, they have all these assets from RE2, why not? He's a total pushover in this game. Just run and shoot. He'll never catch you. The real head scratcher here are the UT troopers. Zero explanation is given for them in the game, but in researching their background on the internet, you'll find that they're often referred to as the trash sweepers or the Undertaker unit. They're Umbrella-employed SWAT kind of soldiers who are definitely not human. They scream like a jaguar crossbred with a baboon. And when you kill them, they disappear. Ugh. You'll never see or hear about these things ever again in the entire history of Resident Evil, so we're just gonna move on. The main boss is yet another species of tyrant, this time known as the Hypnos Tyrant. Take a look at how this thing is introduced to us.
Liar! Who else could you be? You are Vincent. You're a murderer. Now die!
I told you this game sucks. We fight 3 different forms of this thing throughout the final 15 minutes of the game. And no, none of them are particularly difficult to take down. When my brother and I were kids, we used to think that this tyrant was female, based on its torso and overall slender physique, but that's apparently not the case. It's just, designed weird. It's perfectly okay to question whether I'm only shitting on this game because I'm almost 30 years old now. I'm cynical, my childhood wonder is gone. But I assure you, 20 years ago when my buddy Tim got this game, we knew it sucked. Even at 10 years old, we recognized how awful the voice acting was.
I won't allow you to escape. You're going to pay for what you've done. What? Helicopter? No.
We noticed the comical misspellings and typos in the text. Our absolute favorite moment, though, was when our guy enters a room that has hundreds of photographs pinned to the walls. There are dozens more scattered on the desks and floors in the room. It's all you can see in here. Pictures. Pictures everywhere. And what does Ark Thompson say when he approaches the desk?
A picture.
Unfucking believable. That's like walking up to this and going, wow, a wasp. Luckily, this entire game can be beaten in about 90 minutes, so even if you're a completionist, it won't hurt for too long. As you might imagine, Survivor was, pardon the pun, eaten alive by critics, and rightfully so. Sales-wise, it impressively moved nearly 500,000 units, and hey, that's exactly what Capcom was hoping for. They knew this was a half-assed entry into the series. It was a cash grab. And at $50 a pop, that's not a bad return on your investment. Its sequel, Resident Evil Survivor 2 Code Veronica, would release in arcades and eventually on the PlayStation 2 in 2001, but it would never see a North American release. But the days of light gun-powered Resident Evil titles did not stop there. Oh no. In the summer of 2003, the final installment of the Survivor series was released on the PlayStation 2. This is Resident Evil Dead Aim. Actually, you know what? It's not Resident Evil Dead Aim. Not yet. We're gonna make a quick, unadvertised detour into the land of handhelds. Normally, in my history of documentaries, I don't delve into this side of things. I'll get asked, why didn't you cover the PSP version of Mortal Kombat Deception, which was called Mortal Kombat Unchained? Well, you said it yourself. It's just the PSP version of the exact same game we just spent 20 minutes on. Those are the two most common occurrences with portable versions of games established on home consoles. They're either the same game, just smaller, or they're the same game, but butchered into oblivion to the point that you'd never want to play them in the first place. But in the realm of Resident Evil, that's not the case. Resident Evil Gaiden was released in North America in June of 2002 for the Game Boy Color. Real quick, be honest, did you even know that this game existed? If not, that's fine. I didn't know until way after this game had come and gone, and I'm a big Resident Evil fan, obviously. I don't know anyone who owned this game then, and I don't know anyone who owns this game now. I worked at and managed a video game resale shop for 9 years, and in those 9 years, I saw everything. Cowboy Kid on NES, Earthbound complete in box, Panzer Dragoon Saga factory sealed. I saw everything, but Resident Evil Gaiden? Never once. I hate to disappoint you guys, but I've never even laid eyes on one of these cartridges in my life, which means I've never played this game. I can tell you that you play as Resident Evil 2 star Leon Kennedy, with the assistance of Resident Evil 1's Barry Burton. We're rescuing a little girl from a troubled cruise ship called Starlight, and the gameplay looks like what you're seeing on screen. The story is not canon at all, which means it doesn't really matter what happens, which also means I'm not going to bother going into detail. The game did not review very well. It gained next to zero notoriety for being an entry in such a popular series, and if you're looking to pick up a copy today, good luck with that. Its general scarcity has led to this one commanding a pretty penny on the used market, and God help you if you're a complete inbox collector of the Game Boy Color library. And now that we have indeed given Resident Evil Gaiden its time in the sun, even though it's a non-canonical handheld game, let's get back to business. What was the line? I'm just gonna play it back. In the summer of 2003, the final installment of the Survivor series was released on the PlayStation 2. This is Resident Evil Dead Aim. The first time Resident Evil Dead Aim came to my attention was through a magazine article in either late 2002 or early 2003. The reason I'm not certain is because I don't have the magazine anymore, and even after spending hours online looking for that damn preview article, I can't find it. So, it's a mystery. But this portion of the video beginning with a mystery is quite befitting of my experience with Resident Evil Dead Aim, as until I started working on this history of series, I had never laid hands on the game. Like Resident Evil Gaiden, which we just covered, none of my friends had a copy of Dead Aim. Not even my most die-hard survival horror fan friends saved up their allowance for this one. None of them put it on their Christmas list. None of them even rented it from the video store. It was 2003. We were all 12 and 13 years old. We didn't have jobs. We couldn't spend $40 or $50 on a game like it was nothing. We didn't even have $40 or $50. So, for all of us, Dead Aim came and went like a thief in the night, and we didn't really care. And it's not like I didn't care just because of that unimpressive magazine preview. I mean, the Resident Evil remake as well as RE0 had both come out the prior year. Dead Aim was, how do I put this nicely? It didn't look like a game that should have come out after those two. You guys know the drill by now, these are spin-off games. These characters, you'll never see them again. This story might as well not exist. So, we're gonna fast forward through this sumbitch. There are only 3 actual characters of any substance in this entire game. One of them is this man, our main heel, Morpheus D. Duvall. What a fucking name for a bad guy. You wanna know how ridiculous this plot is? It's a doozy, man. Morpheus here used to work for Umbrella. He has hijacked this Umbrella-owned cruise ship which was carrying all sorts of T-virus samples and monsters and whatnot. He let them all loose, and now he is holding the entire world ransom for billions of dollars. If nobody pays up, his people are going to launch missiles all over the world that are filled with the T-virus, which could effectively be the end of humanity as we know it. If that doesn't strike you as the most far-fetched, stupid-ass plotline we've covered across this entire series so far, man, I don't know what to tell you. Character number 2 is our main man, our playable character, Bruce McGivern. He was sent here to, what else? Collect the T-virus samples and stop all the bad shit from happening, as usual. This woman is Fong Ling. She was sent here to do the same thing, but by a different company, making her and Bruce direct competition for each other. And seriously, it goes exactly how you expect it to. There are nasty creatures in the way, the main bad guy transforms himself into a boss enemy by injecting himself with the T plus G virus, which is hilarious. And in the end, the game's setting explodes after a self-destruct sequence blew it to hell. So wait, the main characters died? No, they lived. They were in this submarine life pod thing. I don't know, who cares? They've never been seen or heard from again, and they never will. That was fast, but that's just the story. When it comes to these spin-off titles, the way they feel is what's most important. So let's talk about that. Well, it is worth noting that this light gun game is actually compatible with a light gun. They say that time heals all wounds, and in North America, that proved to be the case. And here's the deal, guys. Full disclosure, I didn't play with the Namco GunCon 2. And to be honest, most people didn't. Most people didn't even have the GunCon 2. Across its entire history, the GunCon 2 was compatible with 14 games. That's right, 14. You're looking at the entire library right here. So, once again, most people were playing this game that was designed with a light gun in mind, with a standard controller. And how does it feel, you ask? It feels like shit. In most Resident Evil games up to this point, the left and right buttons would turn your character, and the up and down buttons moved your character. In Dead Aim, every directional button moves you in that direction. Bruce, our brain-dead main character, navigates his way down hallways like no one I've ever seen before. Intricate turns, like facing a control panel situated on a wall, for instance, are a pain in the ass to pull off. Getting this moron to stand where he's supposed to feels like watching somebody who's not a good driver backing in and out of a parking space because they're not lined up correctly. And how's this for a mechanic that makes you think, what are you talking about? Running, in almost any video game ever, occurs when traveling in one direction while holding a run button down, right? Right. Well, in Dead Aim, running is your standard movement. You need to hold down a button to walk. Who the fuck wants to have a walk button when you can run everywhere? And now you're thinking, wait, I thought this was a light gun game. Why am I seeing third-person action gameplay? Well, because Dead Aim is only a light gun game when you're shooting. When faced with enemies, we've got to tap R1 to look down the sights. Outside of combat, this one is all third person. The game does not feel good to play. It just doesn't. It is what it is. Does it feel better than Survivor? I mean, yeah, I'll give it that. These controls are something you can figure out, but that doesn't mean it's a good game. It just means that these controls suck and you're gonna have to get used to them. Gameplay is the most important part of any video game. That's true across the board. But in some cases, good presentation can be a saving grace. Does Dead Aim fall into that category? Well, check out the quality of these cutscenes, you tell me.
Why did you save me? Your first priority should have been to disarm the missiles.
A Dongguan never abandons a woman.
Is it just me, or can you barely fucking hear anything anyone is saying? And the way these lethal operatives working for opposing companies just immediately start playing this coy romance angle for absolutely no reason, please. Okay, how about the soundtrack? The Resident Evil games are known for their fantastic music. Check out what Dead Aim brings to the table. God damn it! There is no fucking music. There's a save room track and a few songs for major enemy encounters, but they're very rare, so I really, really hope you enjoy the ambient sounds of being on an empty cruise ship. There's a must when it comes to designing any Resident Evil game. Every new installment must have at least one new monster. And hey, Dead Aim brings several new bad guys to the party. We've got the Tyrant 091, which is, you guessed it, a failed Tyrant experiment. This poor bastard was infected with the T+G virus, and, well, he sucks. In place of arms, he has long fingers, or tentacles, growing out of his shoulders. Jesus, they really ran out of ideas here, huh? We've got the Hunter Elite. This fucked up frog-looking thing is called Glimmer. This big fat fuck is called Pluto. And hey, you'll never see any of these monsters again, so don't get attached. There is one enemy that stands out from the crowd, though. Our buddy Morpheus Duval, as previously stated, injects himself with the T+G virus. His transformation turns him into, drumroll please, not just the only female tyrant we've ever seen, but the only tyrant that's ever had feet shaped like fucking high heels. And they're not just shaped like high heels, they are legit heels. You can hear them clicking on the floors like it's fucking Tyra Banks walking into the room. You may have some questions, and that's fine, because this doesn't make any fucking sense. I mean, let's go with what we know. Morpheus was obsessed, and I mean obsessed, with beauty. His whole goal was to erase this cold, ugly world and replace it with a beautiful one. He's obviously very into himself, but why does his transformation process turn him into a female tyrant? Well, that's up to us to decide, because as you may have guessed, it's never really explained. One option is that his idea of beauty is an extremely powerful, yet elegant, woman. Another option is that maybe he feels like a woman on the inside, and when the virus reshaped him, it allowed him to become who he truly is. I mean, I don't fucking know. At this very moment, you and I are putting way more thought into this scenario than the designers did, so what does it matter? Also, either one of these scenarios I described could be true. It still doesn't make any sense as to why this monster has high heels for feet. If you want my real opinion, I think it's most likely that this monster was designed by some hunty who wanted to see a tyrant who could slay while slaying. Anything's possible. Upon its North American release in June of 2003, Resident Evil Dead Aim was met with middle-of-the-road reviews from critics. The game did not sell well, at all, and once this one was in the books, the plug was pulled on the light gun-powered Survivor series for good. Is Resident Evil Dead Aim a complete pile of shit? No, it isn't. I was rough on it here, and the game deserves that treatment, but it's not the worst game in the franchise, that's for sure. Graphically, it's bland and behind the times. The gameplay is sluggish and annoying, and the overall presentation is boring. And that, DanDans, is the main takeaway from this entire game. It's boring. Resident Evil Survivor sucks. It's really, really bad. But it's kind of bad in the same way that The Room is bad, at least in some moments. Dead Aim is just so uninspired, so blah and bland that it's boring. And boring, in my opinion, is the worst thing any piece of entertainment can possibly be. But now, with our light guns left somewhere in the past, it's time to move on to the main event of the evening. You know, in prior installments of the history of Resident Evil, we've talked about how, at times, Capcom had a million Resident Evil projects in production all at the same time. And this is no different. Less than a year after Dead Aim's release in the United States, a new game would hit the market, with brand new innovations up its sleeve. We began this series diving into 1989's Sweet Home for Nintendo's Famicom home game console, an era dominated by 8 bits, 2 buttons, and a ton of imagination. And as the times change, so too does the technology surrounding us. From the Famicom to the PlayStation, over to the Sega swan song that was the Dreamcast, and everywhere in between, the times had indeed changed. Many gamers were introduced to playing video games online when they got their PlayStation 3 or their Xbox 360. I knew the concept of playing online with people from all over the world had existed prior to this generation, sure, but I hadn't done it yet. Hell, I was blown away in my teenage years when I learned that the NES technically had internet capabilities through the unreleased Teleplay modem. The goddamn Sega Genesis had a fully operational online service called the Sega Channel. This stuff was way, way ahead of its time. But why am I talking about online gaming? Well, it was only a matter of time until the T-virus itself leaked onto the internet. It was at Sony's 2002 E3 conference that Resident Evil Outbreak was first revealed. A cooperative, multiplayer, online-focused Resident Evil game? Exclusive to the PlayStation 2? How the hell was this gonna work? Here's the deal. There are 5 levels, or scenarios, to play through. We select one of the 8 playable characters, we're matched up with random partners, and it's off to the races. If you were anything like me in early 2004 when this game released, you had no idea how to connect a modem to your PlayStation 2 and play games online. The entire concept was foreign to me, so sadly, I never partook in the online side of Outbreak. How does it differ from the single-player portion of the game, you ask? It doesn't, really. It's the same game. I just always had AI partners, rather than actual humans on my side. Outbreak's 5 scenarios don't follow a set timeline, and there's not a story to tell as much as there are experiences to play through. Now, we've covered a few bad games here on the history of Resident Evil Part 4, and you've probably had it up to fucking here with my complaints on that front, but I have good news. You are in luck. Resident Evil Outbreak is a pretty good game. I have to say, right at the top, the intro video for this game is a 10 out of 10. A+, gold star, chef's kiss, fucking amazing. I'm taking a major risk as far as demonetization goes playing some of this song, but oh my goodness, DanDans. This music and its accompanying visuals, which set us firmly in the timeline just before Resident Evil 2 takes place. My god. Truly incredible stuff, and I'm not joking when I say this is my favorite part of the game. So presentation wise, we're already firing on all cylinders. But how are the cutscenes? Are they top notch as well, or are they hot dog shit? Hopefully we're in agreement here, but these visuals get a high ranking in my book. Being that this was the first game in the franchise to ever feature online play, obviously we're in for a handful of surprises and new mechanics. Having partners that work alongside us from the beginning of each level has its pluses and its minuses. First of all, I enjoy letting my partners blast away at enemies while I stroll on by like Michael Jackson. A strategy which keeps my pockets full of unwasted ammunition. That right there, though, is an ideal scenario. Sometimes you'll find that your partners are too stupid to pick up weapons. They'll walk right past a steel pipe, even a handgun, and not bat an eyelash. This makes them completely useless and frustrating to even be around. You're a cop. You're telling me your Billy Baldwin looking ass couldn't have picked up a weapon or at least given one to your partner? Fuck you. What's really interesting is that even though this game was designed with online play in mind, headset and microphone compatibility was purposely left out. The developers felt like letting players openly communicate would ruin the tense and suspenseful atmosphere that Resident Evil is known for. That means that even if I had a human partner with me who may not have noticed a useful weapon on the ground, I wouldn't be able to say, "Hey dude, you just ran past a shotgun, grab that shit." I'd be forced to communicate Capcom's way, which was with what they called an ad-lib system. Tapping the square button causes your character to shout something completely random, so that's odd.
There you go. Move!
Come on! Help me, please!
Perhaps you'll allow...
Help me!
Yes. This is it.
I remember phrases like,
"Did you find anything?"
I can't find anything.
"I'll look for something."
Check over here.
"Did you find anything?"
Were repeated so many times in such a short span that my dad shouted from down the hall, "God damn, I hope somebody fucking finds something." But there are indeed a few targeted phrases in our selection. But guess what? They suck. Holding down L2 will allow us to choose who to shout to, although that requires knowing where everyone is. As instead of the buttons being mapped to individual character names, they're mapped to who is to your right, who's to your left, who's behind you, so on and so forth. It's
so bad.
The commands we have are go, come on, help, and thanks. That might sound useful in the moment, but what was the very first scenario I pitched you as an example of something I would need to communicate? How the hell am I supposed to warn someone that they missed something useful when all I can say is go, come on, help, or thanks? Ugh. I don't know about you guys, but when my friends and I were younger, there was one thing we always wanted to do in these games that we never could. Sure, we've got big, powerful weapons, we can play as different characters across these titles, but what if we could actually become a zombie? Resident Evil Outbreak finally lifted the veil on what it's like to become undead. You see, every character doesn't just have a standard health bar that ranges from fine to danger. We've also got a virus meter. Apparently we're all a little bit infected. How do we get infected? Who knows? How are we able to survive the infection when there's not a large amount of any cure known to the public? Who knows? Listen, don't think about it too hard. It's just a cool little game mechanic, alright? Steering clear of enemies keeps that infection meter low, which means we're safe and sound. Taking damage, though, starts pumping those numbers up like they just got a pep talk from Matthew McConaughey.
Those are rookie numbers in this racket.
If your virus meter hits 3 digits, it's curtains for you, my friend. This is where the infection truly takes hold. Our corpse is reanimated, and we finally feel what it's like to walk in the shoes of the undead. But that's only if you are connected to the internet. In offline mode, the zombification process never occurs. So even though the box says we can become a zombie, and my brother and I were extremely excited to finally experience such a thing, it was not to be. God damn it. The first of the game's 5 levels, or scenarios, is called Outbreak. It's a normal, quiet night in Raccoon City. Patrons fill a local bar, having drinks, eating some late-night food. It's actually quite nice. I've always found this quick scene to be really, really cool. Seeing Raccoon City in its pre-T-Virus days is like seeing Bioshock's Rapture before the underwater metropolis fell apart, when it was still thriving and in its prime. But sadly, it doesn't take long for things to turn sideways. An unruly customer causes a ruckus and... oh boy, that's not just some unruly customer, is it? That is a zombie. This first chapter is an escape mission. We need to get the hell out of this bar by hell or high water and find our way to safety. The second scenario is called Below Freezing Point, and it takes place in a very familiar location. This is the underground lab from Resident Evil 2. There's a bit of story attached to this one. This nasty lady is a co-worker of one of our playable characters, Yoko. But the nasty lady sucks. She's stealing highly confidential research and it doesn't really work out for her. Below freezing point introduces our first boss fight, where we tango with the G-Virus embryo that burst from the shitty woman's chest. This thing is gross, but like all the others, it doesn't stand a chance against us. Several of my favorite moments from this game are found in this scenario. I love coming across the hunters that were frozen in place when the lab's temperature suddenly plummeted. I love simply re-exploring these familiar halls. It feels nostalgic. Did someone say nostalgic? Scenario number 3 drops us into Raccoon General Hospital. Yes sir, the very same hospital we fought through in Resident Evil 3 Nemesis. But Nemesis isn't the only game this level pulls pieces of the past from. Our main obstacle here is a fucking leech man. This poor doctor is completely overtaken by a swarm of the leeches that were tested on by Dr. James Marcus, and he's unkillable when it comes to our weaponry. Trapping him in a temperature-controlled room and burning him alive is the only way to stop him, and that is not an extremely easy feat to pull off. How are these leeches still alive and operating when there's no James Marcus to control them? Who knows? It's a little bit of spin-off fuckery, but that's alright. No one's really taking any of this seriously anyway. Hellfire is the name of Scenario 4, and that's because our unlucky asses are trapped inside a burning building. A burning hotel, to be exact. Stepping out of the shattered windows and shimmying across inches-thin ledges at deadly heights is very, very cool, and that's for damn sure. If the developers were looking to add tension to the mix, this was a good way to do it. Not to mention that this hotel is swarming, and I mean swarming with lickers. These lickers don't look like the ones we're used to from Resident Evil 2 and 3. They look like some sort of skinnier hybrid, but they're not. They're just called lickers with no explanation as to why they look so different, but honestly, I don't care. I think they look cool, and in my head, they are a weird hybrid. Let's go with that. The fifth and final scenario is the longest and most difficult across the entire game. And that makes sense, right? I mean, it's the big main event. But it's not just the finality of it that makes this one stand out. If you thought we were going to get through an entire Resident Evil game without an appearance of a tyrant, you are out of your fucking mind. This thing is called the Thanatos Tyrant, and it was built by a rogue umbrella scientist. This guy here is the creator of the monster. His whole angle is that mass production is bad. We only need one of my beautiful creations, blah blah blah. The Thanatos Tyrant certainly is unique. And you might ask, how is it unique? Does it have gray skin like Mr. X? Nope. Is it all bundled up like Nemesis? No sir. Does it have weird shoulder fingers like that shithead from Dead Aim? Wrong again. The Thanatos Tyrant is, get ready for this, a giant black man wearing a fucking Speedo. This is so strange on so many levels. It's unlike anything we've seen before. Why does it have to wear underwear? Does it have a dick and balls? If so, why? It's not made to reproduce, it's made to be a fucking super soldier. This thing was 2 more days of scientific testing away from coming out a perfect copy of Makad Brooks. Man, that doctor had some pretty specific taste, huh? Why can't I make my own tyrant? You think I wouldn't like a death machine that looks exactly like Brandy Rhodes following me around? What am I even talking about? Look, here's what's funny about me saying it's weird that this tyrant looks so human. Back in part 2 of this series, I questioned why Nemesis was so ugly. I questioned the logic in not making your super soldier look more normal. A monster is something you see coming a mile away, but a normal looking person with super strength? That's a surefire success. Well, this crazy bastard was doing just that. He was creating a much more human, a much more normal looking tyrant. And I still think it's fucking weird. Moral of the story, don't listen to me when it comes to tyrant design. I don't know what I want, outside of my own tyrant that looks like Brandy Rhodes. It's not just the tyrant that makes this final scenario so crazy though. We've seen giant spiders across the series, we've seen giant alligators, moths, all kinds of magnified animals. But how about giant fucking wasps?
Oh, hell no!
When it's all said and done, our ragtag group of heroes must escape the city before it's destroyed, which we already knew was coming because this is practically a non-canon prequel. And again, don't argue with me whether it's canon or not, it's not worth it. All these people were created specifically for this game. Nothing important happens and they're all thrown back to the bottom of the toy box. So it really doesn't matter. There's an argument to be made that Outbreak was ahead of its time. And I do think that a cooperative, online multiplayer Resident Evil game on the PlayStation 3 would have gone over a lot smoother. Not that one, I mean this game, just on that hardware. With a better communication system, you know? Because here's the deal, Outbreak is not a bad game. Its presentation is its strongest asset, and it excels in that department big time. The gameplay, while not perfect by any means, isn't bad either. When I was 13 years old and this one dropped in my lap out of nowhere, I was very pleased with it. I got lost a bunch because the game can be extremely obtuse, and I was annoyed with my idiotic partners, but the overall experience is one I enjoyed. Do I recommend it now? Not really, no. The controls haven't aged all that well, and the North American online servers have been shut down for almost 15 years, so it's not like you and your friends can fire this one up and escape Raccoon City together. At the end of the day, Outbreak tried something new. It reviewed better than any of the other spin-offs we've covered so far, that's a fact. And sales-wise, man, it moved more than 1 million units, which is very impressive. Resident Evil Outbreak's critical and commercial success made it a no-brainer for Capcom to follow it up with a sequel. Almost exactly a year after the first installment's release, Resident Evil Outbreak File Number 2 hit store shelves. Here's the thing, if you wanted a brand new, upgraded, better looking and better feeling game, you're shit out of luck. But if you love the first Outbreak and just want more of the same, well, you're gonna have a blast, because that's exactly what File Number 2 is. See, the first game had 5 scenarios to play through with 8 different characters, although the developers had 10 scenarios in the works at the time. Outbreak Number 2 gives us those same exact 8 characters from the original with 5 new scenarios. And by new, I mean they finished the 5 that weren't ready for last year's launch. All 5 scenarios take place in Raccoon City, and you're wondering how that's possible, seeing as though we saw the city get wiped off the face of the planet at the end of the last game. Well, nope, that didn't happen. Not yet. It happens at the end of this game, so just pretend that we didn't see that before, okay? So, yeah, even though this is called a sequel, it's really just an expansion on the first game. If downloadable content was a common thing back in 2005, this definitely would have been sold as DLC. Remember the opening from the first Outbreak? How beautiful the music was, how impressive the visuals were? Well, they used the same song again, and not nearly as much love went into the video side of things this time. We'll cover the 5 scenarios though, as there's not much else to really talk about on the new side of things. The first level is called Wild Things. Our characters are trapped inside of the Raccoon City Zoo, where unfortunately, the virus has wreaked havoc. We see dead silverback gorillas on the ground, zombies are tearing at the flesh of a rhino. It's really insane to see. I'm a little torn on this. As an animal lover, I don't like seeing these animals dead. But it's not real, so whatever. The thing that bothers me more than that, though, is, are you trying to tell me that these shambling, weak-ass zombie humans were able to take down a full-grown gorilla? Or a rhino? Get the fuck out of here. Put 10 strong, living, healthy men in an enclosure with a silverback and tell me how that turns out for them. I don't think so. Maybe the animals took down and ingested the blood of the zombies, rather than being taken down themselves. That I could buy. Anyway, Jesus Christ, I could talk about the animals all day. The coolest part of this stage is having to swim through the crocodile enclosure to get to the other side, which, fuck no. I hate that shit. Underwater animals, water I can't see in, the ocean in general, no thank you. Scary, scary, scary. Scarier than zombies, any day of the week. But guys, the final boss, depending on how you play, is either an infected male lion or a fucking elephant. Both of these things are horrific to think about, infected or not. I'd actually be more scared if they weren't infected. I would rather fight the Makad Brooks underwear tyrant 100 times than deal with anything from this level at all. The second scenario, Underbelly, has us traveling through the subway tunnels. Of course it's not an easy ride. The trains won't run until we solve puzzles and find keys. You know how it works around here. What's the hook in this stage, you ask? Big ass fleas. That's it. Just big fleas that do somersaults at you. These may be the most uninspired enemies in Resident Evil history. But if you're not impressed with giant fleas, how about a gianter flea? Okay. Flashback is set in and around a hospital that is overrun by a bloodthirsty plant. This old man is trying to help us make our escape. A hooded madman with an axe shows up and chases us across wooden bridges, through tight hallways. And wouldn't you know it, at the end, that old man is revealed to have been the madman all along. He had been leading unsuspecting passersby into this plant's lair where it would siphon the life from their bodies. Why? Because that plant had sprung from his dearly departed wife, whom he couldn't bear to see wither away. This is actually a very interesting plotline, which is nice, as nearly all of the 10 outbreak scenarios are just, hey, go to the safe zone. The old man and his wife reunite once the plant is defeated, and are crushed when the hospital roof caves in. Scenario number 4 is called Desperate Times, and it's set in the Raccoon Police Department, straight out of Resident Evil 2. Exploring these halls inside of a PlayStation 2 game 6 years after its last appearance in Resident Evil 3 Nemesis is pretty fucking cool, that's for sure. Finding the holding cells and seeing all of the prisoners alive and well is freaky, being that we know what's gonna happen to these guys. Oh shit, remember this dude? Sorry man, I wish we could have warned you or something. Our group of characters is bolstered by another partner, none other than Marvin, the wounded police officer from Resident Evil 2. When a horde breaks in, we do our best to fend them off, but Marvin is left behind. He's taken some damage, and the scenario ends with him locking himself inside the office, where he'd be discovered by either Claire or Leon just a few hours later in the opening moments of Resident Evil 2. The 5th and final stage, End of the Road, sees us once again inside an Umbrella laboratory. We're supported in our quest by 2 scientists by the names of Linda and Carter. I wonder if these writers were Wonder Woman fans. This lab is filled to the brim with hunters, which obviously is not a good thing. But guess what these 2 geniuses have up their sleeve? A tyrant! A tyrant that actually works the way it's supposed to, a super soldier that can be controlled in battle. What an amazing thing this is, to see Umbrella's hard work finally pay off. Yeah, it doesn't last long. The tyrant says, fuck this you controlling me business, and kills Carter real good. Now he's chasing us, because what the hell else is he gonna do? Things get really weird when these mercenaries drop a freight box filled with this tentacle monster. This amorphous blob even swallows the tyrant. And there you have our final boss. I feel bad for this fucking thing. Just put it out of its misery. That right there is Resident Evil Outbreak File number 2. Now you might have noticed I didn't interject any personal stories on this one. Nothing about my buddy Tim, nothing about my brother. No stories from my own past. Well, the why for that is pretty simple. I didn't own this one, and neither did they, and neither did almost anybody else. The sales for Resident Evil Outbreak File number 2 were so low, so shockingly low, Capcom canceled plans for Resident Evil Outbreak 3 altogether. If you go rooting around, you might notice that there's a huge gap between the value of Outbreak and Outbreak 2, and the reason is scarcity. Nobody bought Outbreak 2, which means there aren't that many copies out there in the used market, which means you're going to pay more for it if you really want to play it. Outbreak 2 didn't review as well as the first game for several reasons. First off, many critics weren't very impressed with the upgrades, as in, there aren't really any upgrades to speak of on the gameplay side of things, so there's that. What's funny is that I mentioned previously that the servers had been shut off for these games, making the true online experience impossible to recreate. But that's been remedied. A hardcore group of fans in 2014 resurrected Outbreak 2 servers, and with a little bit of jimmying and a very detailed walkthrough that you can find both on screen here and down in the description, you too can join the fun all over again. The Outbreak games are not the first installments of the series that jump to the front of anyone's minds when the words Resident Evil are brought up in conversation, but I do believe that they should be celebrated. Taking a chance doesn't always pay off, but this time, I think it did. And any game that has a fan base hardcore enough to bring it back to life on their own time and dime speaks volumes to the impact it made in its debut. With these online capabilities having been killed by Capcom in 2011, only to be reanimated in 2014, you could argue that Outbreak is the only true undead chapter in Resident Evil's entire catalog. That's gonna do it, DanDans. Thank you so much for joining me for this, The History of Resident Evil Part 4, The Spin-Off Virus. Not every game we covered here today was great, but all in all, I think we had a pretty good time. Next month is the big finale. The History of Resident Evil Part 5, The New Face of Fear, will premiere just in time for Halloween. And if you're signed up over at patreon.com/616entertainment, you might just get some early access along with some other goodies. This survival horror journey has been so much fun, and I can't wait to wrap it up next time out. But until then, I love ya, and I will see you next time. Following the release of 1999's Code Veronica on the Sega Dreamcast, forward progress regarding the Resident Evil universe's story practically came to a screeching halt. Between the 5-year window of 1999 and 2004, nearly every single game that hit store shelves was going backwards on the timeline. RE0 brought us back further than we'd ever been. We're talking before the events of the first game even took place. The 2 Outbreak side entries occurred prior to and during the storylines of Resident Evil 2 and 3. Resident Evil Survivor sucked. As beautiful as the GameCube remake was, I mean, it was a remake. 2003's Resident Evil Dead Aim hit the PlayStation 2 with resounding, mediocrity. Is probably the nicest way I can put it. Nothing of any consequence happens across the entire plot, and it stars brand new heroes and villains that have never and will never be heard from again, so it's a waste of time. You can learn all about that in part 4 of this series, which I hope you've already seen if you clicked on this video. Do you see what I'm getting at here? What the hell happened to Resident Evil? We had a real story, a gripping plotline overflowing with corporate deception, betrayal, mass murder, world domination, the undead. Come on! How does this all build across a fantastic trilogy and really explode in Code Veronica, only to be put on ice for 6 years? Well, there's a hell of a story there, DanDans. Welcome to the History of Resident Evil Part 5, The New Face of Fear. On this final installment of the Decade of Decay series, we are diving deep into Resident Evil 4. This was the game that took the tried and true, and honestly, tired formula, and completely flipped the script, modernizing not only survival horror, but video games as a whole 15 years ago. I felt some of you scoff there when I called the RE formula tried and true, and tired. But we need to be honest with ourselves. The original trilogy? Fucking awesome. Code Veronica? Come on, man. The remake? Are you kidding me? These games were great, but where was the growth? Sure, they started to look a lot shinier from 1996 to 2002, but it's pretty fair to say that the only innovative blood pumping from the heart of the mainline Resident Evil games was being sent straight through the arteries to the graphical department. If you knew how to play RE1 in 1996, you could pick up 1999's Code Veronica or 2002's Zero with a next to non-existent learning curve. Burt Lance once said, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? Well, Burt Lance was a crooked fuck, so what did he know? Resident Evil may not have been broken, but it was indeed stagnating. Evolution is key to long-term survival. This is undebatable. Look at every single one of the greatest franchises throughout video game history and tell me what they all have in common. Did Mario look and feel the same in 2002 as it did in 1985? No, it didn't. Was Samus still traversing the same old 2D corridors from 1986 that she was in 2002? Not a chance. Our man Link? Don't even get me started. Snake? Snake? Snake! No, sir. But those of us on the consumer side of things weren't the only ones who felt that Resident Evil needed a major shakeup. Little did we know, reinvention had been the goal behind the scenes for years. The 6 years in question between the release of Code Veronica all the way to 2005 was not without its fair share of hard work, and unfortunately, failures. We've previously covered the hardships of these games' development, but nothing could compare to the struggle that was the creation of Resident Evil 4. The first iteration was brought forth by Hideki Kamiya and Noboru Shigemura, the director-writer combo responsible for 1998's beloved Resident Evil 2. Kamiya's vision for the series' reinvention was basically Resident Evil on every steroid known to man. His idea was action-packed, fast as hell. There was a focus on the atmosphere actually feeling cool as opposed to horrible and suffocating. When presented with this pitch, Shinji Mikami, the creator of Resident Evil, liked what he saw. He just didn't think it fit the mold of Resident Evil at all. But rather than shit-canning this impressive new skeletal structure, Kamiya and Shigemura were allowed to finish the game and bring it to market. And on August 23rd, 2001, Devil May Cry was born. Not long after Mikami passed on what would become Devil May Cry, which did pretty well for itself in its own right, wouldn't you say? Development on RE4 started anew, and was actually revealed at the 2002 Tokyo Game Show. The game would star Leon Kennedy, who was breaking into Umbrella's headquarters, which, instead of a skyscraper, their HQ building was a castle for some reason, I don't know. Allegedly, this version would also include Leon being able to use a secret superpower hidden in his left hand. You might be thinking, wait, I don't remember using any super abilities. And that's right, you don't. Because even at an estimated 40% complete, this fog or castle iteration of the game was cancelled. What was to come was yet another new vision, built from the DNA of the fog version, but focusing less on black smoke and traditional zombies and more on the paranormal. At E3 2003, what is now commonly referred to as the Hookman or hallucination version was shown off for the first time, but not with a simple trailer. Fans were treated to 5 full minutes of gameplay, which showed off a brand new take on what Resident Evil could be. There were no zombies, no monsters, no underground labs. In their place were children's dolls that would spring to life, seemingly haunted suits of armor waiting for the player to step beneath their blade, and a phantom armed with a hook that emerged from an aged painting. His movements were unpredictable and horrifying, setting the tone for this new take on the storied franchise. The atmosphere was said to be inspired by films such as 2000's Lost Souls and 1990's Jacob's Ladder. Though the game would star Leon Kennedy, it is said that a second playable character would have awoken inside the castle at some point, paired with her trusty biogenetically enhanced dog by her side. Obviously, this would be the third version of Resident Evil 4 to be abandoned. But not all was lost, as Capcom would rework this script and publish it as a brand new IP, Haunting Ground, in April of 2005. After the cancellation of the extreme departures that were the fog and hallucination renditions, the final attempt saw a Resident Evil 4 that had gone back to basics. Traditional zombies were once again roaming the halls. This was Resident Evil, right? Right. But it's not what Shinji Mikami wanted, goddammit! This version was cancelled so early into development that no one's ever even seen it. It was at this point that the man himself had had just about enough. Shinji Mikami, creator of the franchise, would take full control of the project. Mikami signing on as director would finally set the course for what we would all come to know as the final version of Resident Evil 4. Holy shit! Do you have any idea how much money all those stops and starts must have cost Capcom in the long run? An assload, that's how much. If you want something done right, you gotta do it yourself. That's an old cliche, but I think things only reach that cliched status if they're true and have been repeated for decades, right? To call Resident Evil 4 anything less than a paradigm shift would be selling it short. Mikami's vision for the future of RE was one that didn't include the Umbrella Corporation. And why would it? We're nearly 10 years deep in Resident Evil lore, and every single entry in the series followed the exact same structure. Umbrella bad, viral outbreak, zombies, tyrants, self-destruct. RE4's producer, Hiroyuki Kobayashi, put it bluntly to Nintendo Power in June of 2004. Why would the US government allow a company that developed the T-Virus, and in the end forced them to destroy an entire city, continue to exist? They wouldn't. And he's right. Can you imagine if the coronavirus was proven to be Coca-Cola's fault? That they were secretly testing some crazy new weaponized soda, things turned sideways, and the US military had to drop a nuke on Dayton, Ohio to contain the situation, causing the deaths of nearly 150,000 innocent people? Do you really think you'd still be able to go to the store and buy a case of Cherry Coke?
I don't think so.
They'd be shut down faster than that fancy swordsman in Raiders of the Lost Ark. Without Umbrella, there's no T-Virus. Without the T-Virus, there are no zombies, no tyrants, none of the cookie-cutter monsters present in the previous 12 games. But without an evil corporation to cause a problem, where the hell is our story coming from? Here's the situation. 6 years have passed since Raccoon City was destroyed. No longer working as a police officer, Leon Kennedy is now a high-ranking US government agent, tasked with locating and rescuing the president's daughter, Ashley Graham, who has been kidnapped. Ashley's being held captive by what is presumably a shadowy, unknown group of terrorists, which, according to top-secret intel, are holed up somewhere in a small village in Spain. Sounds simple enough. Sneak in, boom boom boom, save the girl, and sail out of Spain like ain't shit happened. Well, the very first dude Leon asks about the president's daughter winds up swinging a hatchet at his face.
I was wondering if you might recognize a girl in this photograph.
¿Qué carajo estás haciendo aquí? Lárgate, cabrón.
Sorry to have bothered you.
The house is swarmed by hostile villagers who have also seemingly done away with Leon's police escort. This is not good. Now might be a good time to address the revolutionary control system introduced in Resident Evil 4. The days of pre-rendered backgrounds had already been done away with in favor of real-time, 3D environments years prior. But now, the very concept of Resident Evil's fixed cameras would also be discarded, replaced instead with a camera situated over the shoulder of our main character, following the action wherever it goes. Lining up a shot in the original trilogy was a mixture of guesswork and luck. You really had to feel it in your balls before pulling the trigger, or you were at the risk of wasting ammunition. RE4's over-the-shoulder view, combined with a red dot laser sight affixed to each of Leon's weapons, gives the player full control over where each round will land. Shots to the legs can stumble or even drop an enemy, opening them up to close-quarters combat, either with the trusty knife, or a wheel kick that would make Edson Barboza smile. Maybe you prefer taking opponents to Suplex City, that's up to you. Attacking the shoulders or hands can disarm certain enemies. Yeah, I said disarm. Some of these fuckers are carrying sickles, scythes, pitchforks, you name it. And you don't want them throwing these things, trust me. Whether we're aiming at an obscure treasure hidden somewhere in the environment or at the weak spot of a powerful enemy, one thing is for certain. Having the ability to finally pinpoint a shot is a change that was long overdue. And not to change the subject, but I'm not even speaking specifically about the Resident Evil franchise. Video games as a whole needed this evolution in control to occur in order to move forward. Look at the last 15 years in third-person shooters and tell me what you see. The Last of Us, Gears of War, Grand Theft Auto. Shit, even the Batman Arkham series, tell me. What do they have in common? Where's the camera? And the aiming reticle, is it locked in place? Or can you line that thing up anywhere you want? Yeah, exactly. Resident Evil 4 changed the way we play games forever. There's no way around it. Before we get any further, I do have to be completely honest with you guys about something. I've been totally upfront so far, so why stop now? We're already super deep in the weeds on how different Resident Evil 4 is and how much it's changed from its predecessors, but that change was not met with positivity from everyone. And I was one of those people. Now let me clarify and actually get my message across before you come at me with your pitchforks like you actually live in this fucked up village. Resident Evil 4 initially launched as an exclusive title for the Nintendo GameCube in 2005. I did not own a GameCube, but my tried and true friend, Bathroom Money Tim Ewers, did. My first experiences with Resident Evil 4 were, just like Code Veronica, from over his shoulder. And, I have to admit, I wasn't sold. I knew that what I was seeing was cool. It was really fucking scary. It was frantic. The enemies, from the jobbers all the way up the ladder to the new bosses, were so creatively designed. The environments, whether it was the village where we begin our journey or the unbelievable castle that houses several chapters in the middle of the story, were outstanding. You might notice that everything I'm saying is positive, so where does my complaint come in? Well, it's simple. I remember, clear as day, sitting in Tim's room. The dark blue carpeting, those angled ceilings adorned with posters of Stone Cold Steve Austin and Rob Zombie. I waited for him to finish a boss fight and I said, this is all really cool, it just doesn't look like Resident Evil at all. I really felt that way. Now, keep in mind, I was 14. I couldn't really wrap my head around the fact that these sweeping changes, this completely new vision, was exactly what Shinji Mikami was going for. It wasn't supposed to feel like the previous games. But to a kid, yeah, I didn't really get it. I didn't have the controller in my hand, but honestly, I wasn't really worried about it. This Resident Evil was not the one I'd grown up with, that was for sure. I mean, I played it later on the PlayStation 2, and at the time that I'm recording this, I actually just finished playing it again on the PlayStation 4, so I have a ton of first-hand experience with it now, and I fucking love this game. I'm just saying, at first, I was a little trepidatious, I was a little skeptical. Anyway, man, that was a hell of a detour. I'll tell you about one of the things that really, really disturbed me once I was in control, when I was the one playing, when it was my ass on the line rather than someone else's. The villagers speaking to each other fucked with me big time.
Detrás. Who are these people? What are they planning? Chainsaw.
The distant moans of the zombies were always creepy, but this was another ballgame entirely. These bad guys are not zombies, which the game goes out of its way to drive home on several occasions. These people are able to communicate with each other, formulate plans, and scream at you before they try and rip you apart. I think it's even scarier that it's not in English. I took a little bit of Spanish in my years, and while I'm nowhere near fluent, I know enough these days to get by. But back when I was 14, I didn't know whether to shit or eat bagels, so forget being fluent in 2 languages. This meant that one of them could have been screaming, "You go upstairs, I'll sneak in from the back," and I wouldn't have had any idea what was going on. In all actuality, when you can understand them, there's a lot of repetition involved, usually surrounding violent but vague threats or warnings to the rest of the village, but that doesn't matter. What matters is that I was shaking in my little boots, especially when that chainsaw fucker makes his first appearance. What more can you ask from a horror game? Leon's mission to rescue the president's daughter gets a lot more complicated when it's confirmed that, yeah, these insane shitheads did indeed murder his police escort. Great. But even without them, Leon's not alone. He runs into Luis Serra, a man who claims to be a former police officer from Madrid. There's not much time for hanging out though, as this hulking asshole shows up and slams the two of them through a table like he's the Big Show. Kinda looks like the Big Show. His name is Bitores Mendez. He's the head honcho of this village, and he acts as the muscle for this man, Lord Osmond Sadler, who is the lead antagonist of the game. These crazy villagers are not just people who suffer from violent mood swings and hate handsome Americans, no sir. They're infected with a parasite called Las Plagas, which roughly translates to the plagues. Here's the short version to catch you up to speed. Osmond Sadler became Lord Sadler when he created a bullshit religion, or cult, called Los Iluminados. Why did he do that? Because he wanted to gain control of the Las Plagas parasite and weaponize it, silly. He knew traces of Las Plagas had been hidden away underneath the castle owned by Ramon Salazar, a child nobleman in Spain. Through rigorous manipulation, Sadler convinced the young Salazar to denounce his Catholicism and live his life for Los Iluminados. And also to open the fucking basement so Sadler could send a team down there to find samples of Las Plagas, which they did, and that's how we got where we are today. The parasite has been controlled, mastered, and weaponized. These villagers' every move is dictated by Sadler, who controls them via the parasite that has embedded itself in their bodies and controls their brains. The whole kidnapping the president's daughter scheme was only step 1. Sadler knew they'd send somebody to save her, and he was going to willingly let it happen, because he'd already injected a parasitic egg into her bloodstream. Ashley would return home and boom, she'd unwillingly spread the virus to everyone in the White House once the egg hatched. This was Sadler's grand plan for world domination. Once the American president could be controlled, Sadler intended to use him and his cohorts to open the doors to opportunity, allowing him to swoop in and take control when everyone was at their most vulnerable. It's actually a really well thought out plan if you think about it. But where were we? Oh yeah, the table spot. Unfortunately, in their days, Leon and Lewis have also both been injected with Las Plagas eggs, which is leading to unpleasant visions for old Mr. Kennedy. At a later point, Mendez encounters Leon sneaking through a hallway and goozles him.
Well, it's a big show.
Mendez could snap Leon like a twig, but he doesn't, because, as he says,
"You carry the same blood as us, it seems."
As if there wasn't enough pressure already, this has now become a race against the clock. This isn't something you're used to hearing me say about Resident Evil, but I mean, one of my favorite parts of RE4 is that it's chock full of RPG elements. We're used to scrounging for ammo or finding new weapons, but now our fallen foes drop currency. In no time, our wallet is full of cash. What the hell are we gonna do with this money? Go to the fucking store? No. We talk to this guy. He's definitely a shady fucker, a hooded hinster, but he's got it all.
I have everything. And I was like, oh.
This guy will sell you new guns. He'll sell you healing items. He'll sell you a treasure map so that you can go out, find expensive shit, and then sell it to him so he can sell it to someone else. This guy is wheeling and dealing. Not only that, but we can spend our hard-earned blood money on upgrades for weapons we already own. Whether it's a new scope or just a damage modifier, he can do it. He'll even pitch quests like, hey, I've hung all these blue medallions around the area. If you can break 10 of them, I'll give you a prize. Side quests in Resident Evil? Yes, please. This guy became a major hit on the internet, and cosplayers love to dress up as this bit part side character to this day. I love it. And while we're on the subject of RPG elements, we can't forget the big one. RE4 introduces a brand new yellow herb, which, when combined with a green herb, won't just heal you, it'll permanently increase the size of your health bar as well. These features make the game inside the game even more immersive and addicting, which I'm all about. Leon's journey to track down Ashley Graham isn't going to conclude in this shitty little village, but his destination is not going to be easy to reach. Standing in his way are several big and bad bosses, the first of which... oh man. Look guys, I fucking hate the ocean. I hate large bodies of water, especially ones I can't see in. So of course, RE4's first big boss is a sea monster. Del Lago, as it's called, is a salamander that has been riddled with Las Plagas. It has mutated to an ungodly degree, growing exponentially in size and anger. This boss fight is a goddamn nightmare, that's all there is to it. Throw the fucking spear in his mouth, he deserves it for scaring me. But dangers under the water aren't our only issue. Up next is El Gigante. What the hell is this thing?
That's a man.
These guys are professionals at getting you to waste as much of your ammo as possible, so... God, these guys suck. Getting trapped inside of a cabin that's being swarmed by a seemingly endless horde of ganados isn't fun. Nor is our showdown with old Mr. Mendez.
Well, it's a big show.
Under that big coat, he's probably just a normal man, right? Wrong. He's Las Plagas up the ass. Killing Mendez was a huge turning point for me with this game, and really made me realize how big it is. With as many times as we've encountered this dude, I figured he was either going to be the final boss or like, at least the Goro to Sadler's Shang Tsung. But no, he's not. We kill him in the first third of the game and the wheel keeps spinning. We've got Ashley by our side now, but good God, what's next? Well, this is where the castle comes into play, my friends. Gone are the villagers with their hatchets, and in are the cultists with their maces and robes. Some of these sons of bitches carry shields, some wear armor over their faces which protect them from headshots. We've got guys with crossbows and rocket launchers, it's a whole thing. These jerks are even scarier than the villagers, as their mantras and phrases now cut deeper than just stop him.
Morir es vivir, morir es vivir.
Keeping Ashley alive in this new setting is a whole new kettle of fish, and it can be a real pain in the ass if you're not minding your P's and Q's at all times. Lewis drops by to tell us that he has medication that will slow the development of the eggs in our bloodstream, but in true Lewis fashion, he forgot it. Thanks. Very helpful. At least now we know there's hope. But who needs hope if you can't get past this guy? This whole castle is a death trap, I'm telling you. It's really great when you shoot an enemy and blow their head off, only for the parasite within to expose itself and attack, using its host body to get itself near you. It's just fantastic. Puzzles have always been a huge part of the Resident Evil... I can't say puzzle again. Pie? The Resident Evil pie? Equation? Whatever. RE4 shines in almost every area, and the puzzle department is no different. You can really feel that Shinji Mikami charm in lines like 2 moons make 1, which is followed by having to locate 2 half-moon pieces sprawled out in a garden maze swarming with infected dogs. But who's got time for that when, oh my goodness, it's Ada Wong. But what the hell is she doing here?
So it is true.
True? About what?
You working with Wesker.
Oh, that's not good. Nor is the fact that Ashley has been recaptured. And let's not forget...
Leon! I got it.
Now that I have the sample, you serve me no purpose.
Sadler!
My boy Salazar will make sure you follow the same fate.
With his dying breaths, Lewis reveals that he actually used to work for Sadler. He researched Las Plagas, and when he learned of Sadler's true intentions, he turned on him. Lewis was breaking back into the cult to secure a sample and antibodies for Las Plagas, to ensure that Sadler's plan would not come to fruition. And now? Oh man. Lewis dying was another moment that hit me with, wow, there's still so much more to do. This wasn't a paint-by-numbers story where we can see exactly where it's going and how it's all gonna end. We're losing people left and right, and we're only halfway up the ladder. After tracking Ashley down once again, it's time to get down to business. But in order to do that, we need to solve a puzzle. What do we have to do? Find a key in a barrel of skulls or something? No. How about we travel across this gigantic fucking platform, head down to an area in the castle that is seemingly located in the Earth's core or something, dodge these fire-breathing dragon turrets, and secure the broken segments of an art installation that will combine to make into a key. The locales in RE4 never cease to amaze. It's at this point that our little buddy Salazar has had just about enough of our shit. But rather than trying to kill us, he triggers a bunch of James Bond villanesque traps, which are easily thwarted. Salazar, while annoying and definitely evil, is actually a very sympathetic figure. He lost his family at a young age. He inherited this castle and, well, all the trouble he's in. He became the right-hand man of Sadler because he was alone. He was young. He was lost. Sadler brainwashed him into this. Salazar doesn't know he's a bad guy. The only father figure he has in life has convinced him that these things they're doing are for the greater good. But either way, fuck him. He puts every obstacle in our path that he possibly can. These horrifying insectoid bastards can go to hell. One of his heavies, Vertigo, can vertigo to hell. 2 El Gigantes at the same time can go to hell. Whether he's a brainwashed kid or not, by the time we get our hands on him, it's clear that he must die. He's got a gigantic evil robot statue thing of himself in his own castle. He's gotta go. And he's like 3 feet tall. It should be simple. Just boot him in the fucking head like he's nothing, right? Well, not exactly. This is how it goes down.
Mr. Kennedy, welcome.
Monsters. Guess after this, there'll be one less to worry about.
Of course, it couldn't be easy. But once Salazar is disposed of, Leon once again crosses paths with the beautiful Miss Ada Wong. Are the two finally going to work together? Nope! She's out of here to do whatever it is that hot Asian women do on a haunted island full of maniacs. And this island, man, this is where the real creepy shit was going down. We learn through a diary that the villagers from the very beginning all became infected because they were the workers Sadler sent down in the mines to recover the fossilized Las Plagas. Being down there, cracking through those rocks, breathing in all of those ancient particles, they all wound up infected through exposure. They're referred to as ganados, or the cattle, by the higher-ups. It may not look like it, but this old island actually has a laboratory built into it. This is where the bulk of Plaga's testing on human subjects was conducted. What, you thought El Gigante was born that way? The problem for us is that this torturous funhouse is home to several monsters that were abandoned, left behind, and cast aside as failures. Failures that we have to deal with. I present to you Exhibit A, the Regenerator. Holy shit are these guys frightening. Hearing their labored breaths in the distance is one thing, but actually dealing with them is another. These sons of bitches don't go down with just a few shots. Their metabolism has been rewritten and supercharged to the point that they can, as the name implies, regenerate severed limbs. The only way to quickly and efficiently eliminate them is to equip your weapon with a thermal scope and, rather than target the Regenerator's head, target the several plagas that have attached themselves to its body. Oh, and God help you, heaven help you, everybody else help you if an Iron Maiden Regenerator gets too close. These guys can pull you in and expel razor-sharp tendrils from their bodies, ending your quest in a split second. Fuck these guys. Before we put a bow on this story, I want to jump in here real quick and address something that bothers me to this day. Obviously, Resident Evil 4 is a departure. It sets itself apart from the games that came before it, but there's a whole flock of people out there that just look at this as an action game rather than a survival horror game. Obviously, there are more action-style elements to the gameplay and the presentation. I can't recall a previous RE title where we were tasked with mowing down hordes of fast-moving enemies in order to provide cover for our partner who was driving the vehicle we're in the back of, you know? But I'll be goddamned if this game isn't scary. Sure, we're more mobile than we used to be, but not by much. We still have to stand still in order to line up a shot. And for fuck's sake, no one's more mobile than our enemies. Sure, there's that one scene where we go straight Schwarzenegger commando on a bunch of ganados while an attack helicopter provides 50 caliber cover, but that's just a blink and miss it part of a mission that's building toward the main event. The settings are creepy. The monsters are terrifying. The sounds, the music, everything about RE4 is fucking scary. So I don't want to hear any of that, oh, it's just an action game bullshit going forward, alright? With Salazar out of the way, it's gotta be time to face the big boss, right? Nope! It turns out Ada didn't come here alone. Her tag team partner in this deal is Jack Krauser, a former comrade of Leon's who was presumed to be dead after an accident some years ago. And maybe he did die, I don't know. He's all gassed up on Las Plagas here, so maybe he was... I don't know what he was, they didn't tell us. We fight this dude twice, once in a battle centered entirely around QuickTime events, and once in a more traditional affair. If there's one portion of the game that I feel could have been cut, it's this. Krauser shows up for the first time like 85% of the way through the game. We, as the player, have no connection to this dude, and before any real questions about who he is or what kind of relationship he and Leon had, we kill him. What was the point here? This whole portion of the game is straight out of Metal Gear Solid. I don't hate it, it's just... it's odd, and it feels tacked on. I wonder if there was originally more Krauser content that was left on the cutting room floor for some reason. Either way, Ada turning on Krauser to help out her old flame Leon cements her as a babyface. A chaotic babyface, but a babyface nonetheless. With the help of a trusty old rickety radiation laser and some extremely convenient guesswork, Leon and Ashley are able to expel Las Plagas from their bodies before heading into the final battle with Sadler. You know what's happening here. Sadler is not some feeble old man. He's...
that is.
I'll tell you what it is. It's the latest ghoul that will fall to an Ada Wong signature rocket launcher. Bye-bye. You knew we couldn't go an entire Resident Evil game without a self-destruct sequence, right? I mean, I realize this is a fresh start, the new face of fear, but some things truly never change. Ada disappears into the sky via her trusty helicopter, Leon and Ashley escape on a nearby jet ski, and the island explodes. Let me just state for the record, I hate this fucking jet ski part because this is where I died the most across the entire game because it's so fast twitch-based in regards to the falling debris in the game. It seemingly kill me sometimes for no reason, but whatever, it's not that big of a deal because the rest of the game is so good. This was Resident Evil 4. This wasn't just a revolution on the Resident Evil front, DanDans. This was a revolution for video games as a whole. Who knows where third-person games would be without Shinji Mikami and his team perfecting this brand new playstyle? But forget what I think for a second. What did the mass audience and critics think of Resident Evil 4? We kinda glazed over this fact in favor of getting into the development side of things as quickly as possible, but you may or may not remember, Resident Evil 4 was initially exclusive to the Nintendo GameCube. It was part of the Capcom 5, a quintet of titles created as a partnership between Capcom and Nintendo that was intended to give the unfortunately flailing GameCube a shot in the ass. This situation could be a video in its own right, but for the sake of time, let's cut to the chase. RE4 sold 1.6 million units on the GameCube. It performed very, very well, but the install base of the GameCube was just so much smaller than that of its main competitor, the PlayStation 2. And so, less than 10 months after its huge exclusive release on Nintendo's console, Capcom made the decision to port it to the PS2. Was that a good idea? Could Nintendo and their fans ever forgive Capcom for going back on their exclusive promise? Well, the game sold more than 2 million more units upon the release of its PlayStation 2 port, so either way, I think it was worth it. When it came to the critics, I don't know if anyone could have predicted these marks. IGN's Matt Casamassina scored it a 9.8 out of 10. Edge magazine issued a perfect 10. GameSpot's Greg Casavin's review came complete with a score of a 9.6. It earned multiple Game of the Year awards from the likes of Nintendo Power, Spike TV's Game Awards, Game Informer magazine, and more. Screw Attack has labeled RE4 as the greatest GameCube game of all time, which is incredible considering how many excellent games are on that platform. Listen, there's a reason this title is revered the way it is to this day, 15 years after it made its debut. It's because it really is absolutely legendary. Through all of Resident Evil 4's twists and turns, stops and starts, cancellations and transformations, one thing is for certain. The game is unforgettable. Whether you're playing through the story for the first time or diving into New Game Plus with new weapons and unlocked costumes, you're in for a ride. Maybe you're exploring the add-on content like Assignment Ada, which sheds a brighter light on her connection to Wesker, or ripping through the endlessly addictive Mercenaries mode with custom loadouts in search of a high score. It's impossible for this game to be boring. I had completely forgotten the extremely on-the-nose shout-out to the first Resident Evil movie with the hallway full of lasers. I was so entranced by the scenery and worried about what might happen while traversing the castle that I didn't realize that these animated suits of armor are pulled straight from the Hookman version of the game that was scrapped prior to release. It's crazy to see all these little ins and outs. I honestly feel like every time I pick RE4 back up, I discover something new. As I'm writing this script, I just finished playing it again on the PlayStation 4. Guys, I still have my OG PS2 memory card with my original save on it from more than a decade ago. And that save file, right there, is enough to transport me back to that moment in time. I remember sitting in my bedroom, after school, playing through this game for the first time, in awe of what I was seeing and feeling on a second-by-second basis. At this point in my life, my family had just moved from the neighborhood I grew up in, leaving my friends behind. I was starting high school with thousands of kids I had never seen in my life. My parents were well on their way to getting divorced, and it wasn't uncommon for the cold and dreary castles and villages of RE4 to feel safer than the very home I lived in. Video games are oftentimes looked at and described as an escape, a fantasy where we project ourselves when things maybe aren't looking so bright in the real world. And while this is true, and I thank RE4 for allowing me that fleeting respite, Resident Evil didn't act only as an escape for me in tough times. It acted as a platform for not only my imagination, but the imaginations of my brother and my friends. I've shared with you my stories of running around the neighborhood, from backyards to pool decks, shooting our toy guns at imaginary zombies and tyrants in the late 1990s. I've regaled you with my dad's shouts from down the hall while the AI were screaming nonsense during a playthrough of Outbreak. But I haven't gone into detail on what it was like creating these very videos. I haven't told you that bathroom money Tim Ewers, my oldest friend in the world, who I've mentioned no less than 10 times across these 5 installments, has texted me, telling me that he's been playing Resident Evil VII with his wife and son. My brother, who lives nearly 2 hours away at this point, which means I don't get to see him, his wife, or their 2 kids as often as I'd like, calls me every time a new installment of this series premieres, leading to hours-long conversations not only about video games, but about our childhoods. You guys from all different states and countries, all different walks of life, are in the comments, sharing your stories of nearly shitting your pants the first time that dog jumped through the window. Resident Evil has a way of taking the absurdity of the undead and harebrained world domination schemes and implanting themselves not only in our minds, but in our hearts. I'll never forget the moments I've shared with people close to me that are in one way or another connected to Resident Evil. I'll never forget them as long as I live. Hell, I won't forget them even if I die and come back undead. You know how Nemesis kept saying, "Stars"? I'd walk around going, "Hey, remember that cool shit when the Tyrant broke out of that big-ass tube? That was pretty cool." The Decade of Decay series ends here, DanDans. We've covered the entire first 10 years of Resident Evil's existence. We've seen the franchise rise from the dirt of Sweet Home's grave, shamble from mansions and police stations in Raccoon City, all the way to villages and castles in Spain. From the T-virus to Las Plagas. From the controllers in our hands to the blood in our hearts. We're all infected with the Resident Evil virus. And I don't think any of us would have it any other way. There it is, DanDans. Thank you so much for joining me for this, the history of Resident Evil, A Decade of Decay. Now, obviously, the series did not end in 2006, and you guys have asked me 1,000 times, are you going to cover Resident Evil 5? Are you going to cover Resident Evil 6? Are you going to cover Resident Evil 7? Are you going to cover Resident Evil 8? Never say never, but none of that is in the cards in the near future. I wanted to draw the line inside of that first 10 years because this is when the series really spoke to me, and these are the stories that I wanted to tell. The future holds many great things for this channel. Obviously, Triangle X Squared Circle is due for a second season. Mortal Kombat Monday Season 2 is going to happen in 2021. There are a couple things that I actually can't even tell you guys about yet, but it's all good news. If you enjoyed this series, please consider heading over to patreon.com/616entertainment and signing up at any level. Your support allows me to do what I love to do, which is this, and for that, I can't thank you enough. Until next time, I love you, and I will see you down the road.